Hello and welcome to the Economic Times 5th edition of the Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia. I am Kavya R. Chavli, and I'd like to extend my good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the attendees joining us from different parts of the globe. Well, I'm broadcasting live over here from my home studio, staying safe and healthy. So I do hope all of you and your family members are equally safe and healthy as well. Now, I do believe that there's a quote by Socrates, and which I feel is still relevant, especially in the times of pandemic. And the quote goes by, "The secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new." So yes, indeed, a warm welcome to all of you as we log in to hear from our thought leaders, understanding how Asia, which is the fastest growing economic region, is waiting to take its rightful place as the world's growth engine. Now, as we've all seen, that Asian companies are on the threshold of a new world, considering how their role in the overall social, economic, and political landscape has become increasingly important. So yes, we are witnessing the new age entrepreneurs and leaders who are indeed committed to create an economic renaissance for the nations. So here we are at the Economic Times 5th edition of Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia. Now, for all our attendees who have tuned in, I'm going to request you all to gather as much of insights possible from our speakers, but please don't forget to tweet them or share it with the world using the hashtag ETABLC. I'm going to repeat that again. It's going to be hashtag ETABLC. Keep tweeting all the insights that you get to hear from our thought leaders, all that you get to experience here. Because one thing is for sure, that we are all connected via a virtual platform, but the conversations will be absolutely real. So on that note, let's get the program started. Let's also set the tone for the program for all of you. In a short while, we'll have all of our industry stalwarts joining us one after the other to share their nuggets of insights in the form of presentations, in the form of panel discussions as well. But first up, let's set the tone, and let me bring on board Mr. Karan Karya from ETH to set the tone for the entire conclave for all of you. Here we go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia Coffee Table Book 2020. I would like to thank our esteemed speakers, our sponsors, and of course all our delegates for taking time out of their busy schedules and supporting this industry-led initiative. Now, much has been said about this century being the century of Asia, but Asia has in fact for quite some time now shed the shadows of the West and emerged as a hotbed for crystal-gazing futuristic trends and propelling global economic growth. From being looked upon as the future factory of the world to having clearly emerged as the largest consumer base anywhere on the face of the planet, because more than half the population lives here, the Asian story has been nothing short of phenomenal. With the promise of a brand new creed of leaders emerging from the rising nations of Asia, the future of the continent looks very exciting. The Economic Times is proud to acknowledge business leaders who are going to play an important part in shaping the business demographics of not just Asia, but in fact the entire world, and not just in the distant future, but in the very near future. Asia, which is the fastest growing economic region as well as the largest continental economy by both GDP nominal as well as PPP anywhere across the world, is waiting to take its rightful place as the world's growth engine. In today's turbulent times, political and business leaders are facing volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environments where old models of leadership are no longer sufficient. To respond to the current challenges and to turn downsides into upsides, you need a creative bent of thinking. You need a new framework for the exercise of leadership. Bright-minded entrepreneurs and forward-looking politicians work not only to seek personal profit, rather they are committed to create an economic renaissance for their nations. Given this scenario, we feel it is the need of the hour to get to the new normal of business, and with this in mind, we at the Economic Times have pleased to announce the 5th edition of the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia Coffee Table Book. Now, in its fifth edition, in this time of crisis, I hope that this dynamic event will equip you with the framework needed, with the strategies that are necessary to break through the clutter, to dive deep into disruptive times, and to glean insights as you emerge victorious through the changing landscape. This summit will see an amalgamation of business, technology, and industry leaders as they exchange ideas on the future of Asia in a post COVID world. I urge all of you to make the best use of this platform and to interact, to engage, and to share knowledge with your peers. I hope you have an interactive and fruitful day. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you very much, Karan, for setting the tone for the conclave. Yes, indeed. I believe all of our attendees are looking forward to a newer framework and strategies in order to hear from all of our business leaders, wherein we begin the sessions in a short while. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's time to also begin with our keynote address. Now, there's a very wonderful saying by Vladimir Lenin, who's a Russian revolutionary and a politician. And the quote goes by that there are decades when nothing happens. And then there are weeks where decades happen. And I think one word that really taught us during the crisis or the pandemic is the word resilience, and the need to look forward to resilient leadership. Now, joining us at the conclave, we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Robert Yap, who's the Executive Chairman, YCH Group, President of Singapore National Employers Federation, ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Singapore Chair. In fact, he's someone who's leading the front line of supply chain because he's a veteran armed with more than 4 decades of experience and having played a pivotal role in the logistics and supply chain field. So it is only befitting that we start the conclave with the keynote address from Dr. Robert Yap. So first up, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And with that, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. A very good morning to all of you. I'm most honored to be here today, and it is my privilege to give the keynote address to kick off this prestigious event. Today's conclave is about resilient leadership amidst the COVID-19 pandemic and how business leaders will be called on to navigate the challenges ahead of them in this volatile and ambiguous economic environment where all models of leadership are no longer enough. We need to look at reinventing our ways and create new business opportunities by coming together from the various industries to establish Asia as a truly global business destination. To be able to peer through the fog of changes, the right leadership mindset is vital for survival. No matter past or present, in my opinion, the number one necessity is to have mindset agility. Having a mindset agility is crucial to maneuver in today's uncertain economic climate. To illustrate an example of how the importance of mindset agility is, please allow me to share a little story of my company. In 1955, my father, Mr. Yap Chui Hock, which is the initials of YCH, started out as a modest transportation company. The business grew steadily and we had a fleet of more than 100 lorries. However, in the 1970s, the family business lost its main contract, which has contributed 80% of the company's revenue. This change in the business landscape caused a critical need to change the way our business are done. I think this is very important for our survival. So with the need to adapt and diversify the business, my father roped in myself, who then just graduated from the University of Singapore at that point of time in 1977. So seeing so many idling trucks sitting and yet so many mouths to feed, I knew that I needed to do something different and quick. So my father also had a strong belief in a family environment. So we are a family enterprise and we believe in leaving no man behind. So hence the idea of retrenching his staff is never an option. So this ultimately sets the family culture for the company, and we then have to look at how we can sustain and move forward. I then decided to pivot the business to venture into cargo transportation from the passenger transportation which he started. And subsequently, we grew over the years to become Singapore's largest homegrown supply chain solutions company, well regarded as a partner in the provision of 7PL supply chain solutions across the entire Asia-Pacific region. Today, we are leading the regional supply chain management and partnering many of the world leading brands across Asia-Pacific with over 5,000 employees globally and with a distribution network connectivity of more than 100 locations across 16 countries. This growth is not possible if we did not adopt an agile mindset, which enables us to embrace change and even anticipate change. Through this, we establish our corporate philosophy that thrives in overcoming these challenges. We call it Shen in Chinese, or RISE. RISE stands for reliability, integrity, sincerity, and enterprise. RISE is about instilling a strong work ethic. As long as there is loyalty and hard work, there will be opportunities for self-improvement. The values of RISE are echoed through the approach towards our talent attraction. I firmly believe that people from the key assets of any industry sectors, moreover for supply chain and logistics industry in particular, is normally known to be laborious, hardworking, and a very manpower heavy kind of industry. So we have this mantra of teaching a man to fish, and this sets the motion of developing each employee's potential to the fullest. It is now an opportunity time for reskilling, retraining, and upskilling, with YCH constantly pushing our employees to develop themselves further to be future ready and inculcate a lifelong learning attitude, which we want for every YCH employee. YCH also initiated the experiential workplace learning, which became the foundation of the Supply Chain and Logistics Academy, which is an industry academy which I personally founded that supports the development of talents in the supply chain and logistics field. Scala regularly works closely with industry companies to curate relevant subjects or topics for the industry so that participants will be equipped with the correct skill sets and knowledge to prepare them to face Industry 4.0. Only when one possesses an agile mindset can one have the capacity to seek innovation. Innovation for business is no longer just a fancy. It is actually a very important form of survival skill. Companies need to innovate to survive. At YCH, we constantly and continuously seek to drive innovations that challenge the status quo, seeking optimization to elevate the supply chain management for the future. Many people think that innovation is solely about being technology-centric, and the company must keep creating or adopting the latest new technology. Except for IT companies, no business will be ahead or even pace the blistering speed of technological advancements. Therefore, practical and effective innovation is by truly understanding one's business operation and management processes, and then leveraging right technologies to gear one's business to stay one step ahead of the competition. At YCH, we put disruptive technologies in our Smart Distribution Center, which is our patented fusionaries, which is actually a fusion of an automated storage and retrieval system with ramped-up warehousing, together with many state-of-the-art supply chain management technologies and equipment. In traditional logistics, warehouse management used to be a laborious chore with manual counting of inventory, which is mundane, slow, and prone to error. With the holistic technological deployment of Internet of Things and the introduction and integration of automation, efficiency has since been revolutionized and made more efficient. So we designed our proprietary warehouse management system and dock management system, complementing the deployment of robotics such as automated guided vehicles, autonomous inventory counting drones, And infusionaries loading and unloading activities can be performed simultaneously with 120 docks in 5 levels ramp-up warehouses, all orchestrated by our dock management system solution, which allow the capability of performing loading and unloading of more than 2,400 pallets an hour. So all this is made possible with mindset, agility, to lead a paradigm shift in the things that were and to realize things that can be. Only when an attempt is made to look into the future can breakthrough spring forth and innovations emerge. Vertical industry transformation has accelerated digitalization, which in turn will require smart infrastructure development to cater to high throughput, low latency, security, and fast service provisioning scenarios simultaneously. Countries like Singapore has already taken proactive steps to bolster their critical capacity and coverage as we look to accelerate adoption of new technologies, not only for future emergency readiness, but also suitable and sustainable economic growth. In supply chain and logistics industries, leveraging physical infrastructures with digital capabilities can yield powerful results, allowing logistics players to move their cargoes quickly, safely, and seamlessly at lower cost and maximum efficiency. This is where we develop our asset-right strategy, where we look at developing logistics assets from the eyes of an operator with a keen sense of operational requirements, efficiency, and best-in-class knowledge. We push the boundaries by building Supply Chain City, which I hope all of you would have the opportunity when you come to visit Singapore. We are actually a logistics icon in terms of the facility. You'll see all kinds of different robotics, drones flying around, various different operations in the back end, allowing for fulfillment of many, many orders that are going out during the 11/11 and even the 12/12 recently. So you have seen all these kind of things often in the back end. So if you have a chance to come to Supply City, I would like to personally welcome all of you to visit us. Supply City is the Asia's premier supply chain nerve center, bringing together the best names and minds in the industry, creating a melting pot for industry professionals to innovate and collaborate. By the way, Supply City is more than 2 million square feet, right, of very high-tech and integrated spaces that actually allow us to actually practice what we call the building of the learn ecosystem, which is designed to stimulate innovation through collaboration and refine the standards for supply chain excellence. Through this learn ecosystem, we look to synergize various business activities to create a dynamic and vibrant community within Supply Chain City. YCH has also a portfolio of district park logistics assets all around Asia to suit the needs of our different types of customers. For example, the opening of our YCH Chennai district park enabled us to build on our supply chain capabilities in India, supporting manufacturing logistics and pioneering through vendor managed inventory operations for multinational company manufacturers and suppliers, tapping on the growing potential of special economic zones in India. In line with our sustainability infrastructure initiatives, YCH Chennai District Park is also the first green warehouse in India. All right, so we are the one who put in the first green warehouse, and it's also the first to be awarded the LEED Gold award standard in India. YCH India itself now delivers customized end-to-end supply chain solutions, including operating one of the country's largest spare parts network across more than 50 FSL, or what we call field stocking locations and satellite hubs, and also leverage on its pan-Asia network to achieve more time-specific deliveries for our customers. Despite the economic downturn caused by the pandemic, Asia shows promising signs of growth across a number of industries that will continue to thrive in the distant future as it sees greater economic sustainability backed by pro-innovation governments. Both India and ASEAN specifically have favorable demographics, with a booming young population that offers substantial untapped opportunities for business. Coupled with a robust macroeconomic indicator, political stable governments dedicated to fast-tracking reforms, these regions are bridging the gaps caused by the slowdown by attracting the world market, which had supply dependency on China. India, for instance, with its focus on skill, land, and laws initiative, has laid the foundation of reforms for making India a leading global manufacturing hub, which is also envisaged by the Make in India initiative. With the growth of manufacturing in India and ASEAN set to rise, there is now more focus on manufacturing capabilities as they lower the reliance on importing intermediate goods from China, which in turn will strengthen their export capabilities and increase the sale of finished goods to other parts of the world. The economic climate itself is going through a rapid, unprecedented digital transformation to the advent of Industry 4.0, changing the way businesses operate. The new digital economy has also spurred a creative reinvention of consumer purchasing habits over the past few years. And to remain competitive, business must understand that it is not necessarily a question of e-commerce versus traditional brick and mortar, but instead it's about understanding the consumers, how they behave and will behave, and reach each of them with customized experiences that tailor-made based on their unique buying behaviors and expectations of service. YCH helps companies compete in this e-commerce landscape with its innovative solution and tools for them to create a stronger online presence through selling on their websites, marketplaces, or any e-commerce channel, practically and virtually anywhere in the world. With this expertise as a marketplace enabler, it led to the birth of ysg.com.sg, a one-stop full suite of services not limited to planning of marketing campaign, product listing, price controls, order processing and fulfillment, but right down to professional customer services. So we have our own proprietary OMS 4.0 order management system, which also serves as a national unified omni-channel platform for retail value chain, consisting of retailers, brand owners, mall owners, tech enablers, fulfillment companies, last mile partners, and also the skills industry academy that could serve as potential enabler for smart commerce, leveraging on O2O and supply chain digitalization to enhance customers' shopping experience. In Singapore, we are looking fervently into ways to enhance labor market flexibility to enable employers to implement responsible employment practices. Organizations such as Singapore National Employers Federation, or SNEF, where I currently serve as president, look at advancing tripartism to develop sustainable and competitive workforce so that Singapore can remain strong and competitive in the global economy. We also work in conjunction with the National Jobs Council as a national effort to support employees by providing opportunities for existing and oncoming employees to upskill themselves so that they can safeguard their livelihoods, not only in the near term, but also for the long term. SNEF is also looking to revolutionize the Singapore retail industry through its retail transformation project by highlighting the importance for the retail industry to develop omni-channel visibility and online to offline O2O capabilities to navigate the COVID-19 environment. It will spearhead the role of enabling job creation for the entire retail value chain that I have mentioned earlier. I'm also involved and appointed as part of the Future Economy, or the Committee for Future Economy in Singapore. Is a 30-member committee to develop economic strategies to position Singapore well for the future so that it will be a vibrant, resilient economy with sustainable growth that creates value and opportunities for everyone. So logistics is one of the key drivers of the Singapore economy due to its strategic location and strong base for local as well as global logistics players. Hence, the Committee for Future Economy, CFE, Industry Transformation Map for the logistics industry envisions Singapore of being a leading logistics hub at the national industry and enterprise levels, while challenges in securing land and labor and competition from regional and global levels will be accounted. Nationwide initiatives such as Logistics Professional Conversion Program and Industry Catalyst and Logistics Skill Framework Development allows improvement in resource utilization and talent development. With intra-regional connectivity being integral to economic recovery, initiatives such as the regional trade pacts and economic trade corridors offer further integration by developing a robust trading regime for the Asia region. ASEAN itself is expected to become the fourth largest economy globally, with the region, similar to India, having favorable demographics with its young population, which provide a strong foundation for economic growth. Together with urbanization, many ASEAN countries are using technology as an enabling tool to develop their economy. In my current appointment as the Singapore Chair of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, or ASEAN-BAC for short, we are witnessing countries and industry players embracing digitalization to cut across national boundaries and increase their collaboration to deliver solutions that link and benefit businesses and people across barriers and across borders. With the right foundation, an ASEAN single production zone is something that can happen organically, complemented with the leveraging of cross-connectivity with other ASEAN member states, making ASEAN itself to be one strong powerhouse and one single production zone like China. In this view, ASEAN-BAC has been driving private sector-led connectivity projects, including legacy projects like Growth Accelerator, Laos Connect, Maritime Connect, AMEN, and also the recently launched SG, or Singapore. SG doesn't stand for Singapore. SG stands for Smart Growth Connect, which I launched during Singapore's chairmanship of ASEAN in the year 2018. This project came with the blessing and support of all the leaders of each ASEAN member state. SG Connect, or Smart Growth Connect, which stands for looking at how we can actually create smart growth centers, right, across ASEAN to facilitate regional integration amongst all member states while catering for the envisioned pressure of rapid urbanization in the forthcoming years. SG Connect speaks to the challenge embraced by ASEAN-BAC to focus their work around delivering adaptable solutions that are relevant and suitable for the respective states' technology and capability maturity. Symbiotic growth could be achieved as each ASEAN state will be able to grow without growing pain. Be connected physically and virtually so that the 10 states can leverage each other's unique strength and grow together as a multicultural region. We recently announced last month a joint venture with TNT Group of Vietnam to develop an international logistics center and an island port in the northern part of Vietnam as part of the SG Connect initiative. Named Superport, it will be the first multimodal hub and port connecting global, regional trade and supply chain. Witnessed and launched by both the Prime Ministers of Singapore and Vietnam during our recent launch ceremony in November. This aligns basically also the objective of what we call the ASEAN Smart Logistics Network, which focuses on logistics infrastructure development in ASEAN and creating supply chain reliability and resilience agendas that are being pushed to the forefront amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. With its strategic location in Wingfook province, which is within reach of 20 industrial parks, Superport will act as a supply hub to these manufacturing operations, which have projected to grow exponentially as manufacturing activities are moving very, very aggressively towards Vietnam. YCA Supply Chain Entity in Singapore will also serve as the center of excellence for SG Connect across ASEAN. Coupled with our deep-rooted understanding of Asia-Pac and in-depth presence, YCA looks at empowering our customers in achieving a comprehensive footprint and a seamless connectivity all around the Asia region and beyond. As I end off, I would like to utter this Chinese saying that goes, 先苦后甜, which means first bitter, then sweet. An experience that trials and tribulation first, and you will eventually taste the sweetness of your fruits of labor. The resilience I've chosen or I've shown is a result of grit and determination to succeed with a single-minded focus to realize our vision of creating the logistics superhighway to enable an effective and frictionless supply chain through the seamless integration of physical, information, and financial flow, with this superhighway being poised to gear not just for the company, but the entire industry to be ready for the future. As the saying goes, if you want to go fast, do it alone. But if you want to go far, do it together. With an increasingly integrated and international economy, collaboration and hunting as a pack are key approaches to open more opportunities for business growth together. With that, I shall pass on the torch for the next address, and I wish all of you an enjoyable time this morning. Stay healthy, stay safe, and take care. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yap. In fact, it's absolutely the powerful and pioneering thoughts you've shared. And it's so true, because in a black swan event like the COVID, for that matter, it has actually disrupted the way we work, and especially the supply chain industry. So thank you so much for sharing across the initiatives taken by the YCH Group as well as Singapore. Thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Yap. Thank you once again. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please just stay with us, because up next we have another industry stalwart joining us on a very pertinent topic that we're all looking forward to. So stay with us and we'll get our next session started in just a couple of minutes. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a powerful keynote address from our previous speaker, Dr. Yap. And with that, let's now march ahead towards our next session as well. Meanwhile, I'm going to urge you all to keep those tweets coming using hashtag #ETABLC. Now, as we've all noticed, that virtual gatherings with the help of technology has in fact allowed us to connect and collaborate 24/7. And it's interesting to see how these technologies actually existed way before, but it took a pandemic for all of us to pivot as enterprises, or for that matter, as individuals. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the presence of a leader and a management thinker, a name synonymous with growth, innovation, and business transformation. We have with us the renowned Mr. Shiv Kumar, who is the Group Executive President, Aditya Birla Group, joining us to share his viewpoints on how the crisis is turning out to be a catalyst for a tech-led future. So on that note, firstly, a warm welcome to you, sir. And with that, may I please hand over the proceedings to you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, E.T. Thank you very much. Saransh, is my slide up? Okay, fantastic. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen on the call. Thank you very much for dialing into this session by E.T. E.T. has been great friends, at least right through my career. So I owe them a lot for what they have reported about me, or the outlet they gave me to express my views. So they asked me to speak on crisis, a catalyst for a tech-led future. And that's absolutely so true. Somebody said that a crisis is too big an opportunity to let go as a waste. And I sincerely believe in that. Next slide, please. So I've picked a quote from a very different person called Dave Pelzer, who said something good comes out of every crisis. And Dave Pelzer was the author, a best-selling author who wrote about child abuse many years ago. As a result of his hallmark work, the crisis, which was child abuse, turned into many regulations, many self-regulation items, and the world became far more aware of it. And today, we are in a much better situation. So every crisis is an opportunity, and something good comes out of it, is Dave Pelzer's submission, and I wholeheartedly agree to it. Let's look at this crisis and what happened. Next slide, please. So here's the crisis. This is a very unique crisis. Nobody predicted this. Okay, so if you were to have a risk matrix in your organization or across the world, you would have put this at 0 probability or 0.001 probability. But look at every risk matrix, you have 2 axes, which is probability and impact. Here's an item which was very low probability, which has had 100% impact. Almost every industry has been impacted by it. So let's take a look at it. Number one, at a global level, this crisis has hit us hard. The global economy is expected to be down by 8% or more. Most countries are badly down. The only country which will grow this year in its GDP is China, nobody else. So at a global level, a lot of trade has come to a standstill. That's the first impact of the crisis. Second, at a society level, we've been impacted. Every single society has been challenged. We've been affected at an industry level. There are some industries which have gained, but most industries have lost. Then we've been impacted at a company level. Your company has been impacted. My company has been impacted. Then we've been impacted at a family level, the way we've engaged with each other, the way a family has watched television, the way a family has entertained itself, the way a family has done its daily household chores. That itself has changed dramatically. And finally, at an individual level, each of us has changed. For me, I have gone back to, fitness. I had the time to, run. I had the time to read. So, but most important for me was absolutely gratitude. That's something I learned over the last 9 months. The number of people reaching out to you to check if you're okay. Even at a society level, see, country after country has said we will not take people from X country or Y country now. Cities within each country are saying, if you want to come into my city or my state, then you need to get vaccinated, or you need to show me proof that you're not COVID positive. So this crisis has impacted us at every single level. And the winner has only been one. Next slide, please. technology has been the clear winner. There's absolutely no doubt about that. If you look at tech stocks as an example, the biggest gain in the last 6 months has been technology stocks. And most investors would take what they say a target price a year out, and they've done that. I will now focus my efforts in this conversation over the next 6 slides on what do I see as the impact of technology on organizations. What are the things which are catalysts and how can organizations respond to them? This is what I'm going to cover over the next maybe 10 minutes or so. Next slide, please. Every industry has undergone dramatic change. The heart of change is technology and a digital way of doing things. It's almost clear now that the physical way of doing business is not sustainable over the long term. If you have a physical way of doing business, then you need an outstanding experience. Physicality alone will not get you anything. Physicality with experience is going to be the new norm if you are in the physical end of the business. But it's digital, and it's digital because it's convenience which is driving it. Digital has driven convenience for the last few years, but the pandemic has accelerated it to a completely new level. Take the United States retail market, for example. E-commerce over 10 years had come from 0 to 16% of total retail sales in America. In the last 6 months, it's gone to 32%. So 1/3 of all sales in America, retail sales, is now via the net. That's an amazing shift. In India, we have the payment system, which is already at 70 million a day, going to 100 million a day shortly. In India, we have 450 million people watching YouTube every day. It's the single largest market for YouTube globally. That's why I mention it. And 90% of them come back every day, and they watch YouTube for 80 to 90 minutes a day. Globally, people are spending close to 7 hours on the smartphone. So we've just been surrounded by everything digital. And digital is absolutely the centerpiece of our existence right now. Next slide, please. Let me give you a few examples. Industries which thought that digital will never come to their doorstep, will never come to their shores, have been surprised. Take the legal profession as an example. The legal profession has always thought that it is person to person. All trust is based on the partner or the lawyer. And the whole concept of the lawyer was reducing risk. You gave advice to your client to reduce risk. Now imagine the situation. Courts are working digitally. Now you say, Your Honor, my Lord, digitally. You're not in a court anymore. The way a lawyer argues a case has changed completely. So you don't need to go to a physical court in order to argue your case. Okay, all the legal advice is now coming digitally. Same thing with the health industry. All doctors, and take an example of UK, the consultation business was always a face-to-face business where the doctor, checked your pulse, tested something, looked at your eyes, looked at your throat and said, okay, you have this or that problem, etc. Today, people are consulting on the net and the doctor is asking you the same questions. And it has made the doctors and the patients and that whole area far more efficient. So an industry which was completely face-to-face, like the law profession, like the health profession with doctors, is now completely digital and going well, and both people are happy. All B2B businesses, we are seeing 65% of leads for B2B businesses coming from social media today, whether it's Facebook or LinkedIn. So everybody is sprucing up their web presence, which is very good. B2C, of course, has gone digital dramatically. Okay, it was already on the path, but this has accelerated it. Traditional legacy industries which have focused on distribution or some physical asset have been impacted badly because they have not pivoted. Next slide, please. I see what I call 3 Ds at play in the future as the catalyst unfolds, the catalyst of digitization and technology. Number 1 D I call is data sources. Number 2 D is what I call the digital business model. And the third D is what I call democratic organizations, or democratization of organizations would possibly a better expression. Next slide, please. Thanks to digital, companies have more data today about consumers and customers than ever before. It is not surprising that I'm going to say something to you that consumers are changing faster than CEOs, managers, or companies today. Consumers have changed faster. We have always taken pride as leaders to lead consumers, to figure out what they want before what they want, and to lead them on that journey. That's not true anymore. In fact, today, I suggest to you, consumers are changing faster. Yesterday, I went to the neighborhood Kirana store around where I stay. So I asked the person, how's the business? The neighborhood Kirana or general store would be what's called the mom and pop store in parlance across the world. So I asked him, how's business? He said, sir, it's at 80% level. It's not come back to 100%. I said, fair. I said, how are you getting your business? He said, sir, 40% is on SMS or WhatsApp, and 40% people come physically to this mom and pop store, buy and go back. So I said, what's the advantage you're seeing of getting orders on SMS or WhatsApp? He said, sir, the advantage I see is I now have a record of what my customer wants. Earlier, I had to remember everything. Today, I have a record in my phone which says this family orders this every week or every month. So big businesses have big data. They have a lot of data. So if a business is truly digitized, a big business will actually benefit or should benefit. But the trouble with most big businesses is they're not agile. They don't want to move in this direction. So I personally believe this plethora of data that a big organization or any organization has, this will help in better segmentation. It will help in better targeting. It will help in better revenue management. It will also raise the privacy issue as to how do you use it. If you are able to clarify that to your consumers or customers, I personally believe you will get a lot more trust. So data is now available. What you do with it, the insight you draw from it, and what you churn out of the data to make life easier for the consumer. And this is what I call thinking on behalf of the consumer. If you can think on behalf of the consumer, I think you will be a winner with this particular opportunity. Next slide, please. Let's look at digital business models. Digital today is mainstream in every single industry, believe it or not. Why do I say that? Take a simple analysis. If your sales was 100 and you're getting 10% growth, I submit to you that almost 80-90% of that growth or 200% of the growth is coming via the digital network. So digital is mainstream today. We don't need to debate it. So simply stated, for me, digital is the shortest distance. It's the shortest distance between the brand and the consumer, or the producer and the consumer, or the producer and the customer. It's also the least friction journey. So the discoverability of your brand, your company, your organization has to be absolutely frictionless on the net. If you can do that, that's fantastic. And it has to be the lowest contact today. The only contact is if you have to deliver something physical, you have to go and deliver it on the doorstep of the consumer, at the doorstep of the consumer, by ensuring that you have practiced health and hygiene practices. That's all. If you can deliver digitally, fantastic. You don't need any contact with your consumer or customer. Okay. So it's the shortest distance, it's the least friction, and it's the lowest contact. This is the combination which consumers are valuing right now. Built into this is convenience. Convenience is the broad word which defines all this. Okay? I think industry education is very critical. Why do I say that? Today, when consumers search on the net, they actually search by industry or a broader category. Let's take somebody is in the market to buy an SUV, okay, or a recreational vehicle. They don't go and say Ford SUV or Daimler SUV or Mahindra SUV or Maruti SUV. They actually start by saying SUV, give me all SUVs. Why? The consumer wants to start with the broadest possible option and answers. So I see a challenge to brands as industry becomes the norm by which people are searching. Like, for example, if they want to buy shampoos, a category I've run for many years, They will type shampoo now. And under that will come natural shampoos, herbal shampoos, science-based shampoos, etc. So they type shampoos. They type cookies. They type cakes, things like that. So this shift will have dramatic challenge for brand marketeers. And you need to figure out. In industries like insurance, where they still search by brand, I think that industry has to spread education in order to get the industry more, into the mainstream. So the shift from brand search to industry search is a big one right now. I think thanks to digital, there's inventory thinning across the board. Everybody has cut working capital, and the simplest way people have cut working capital is to ensure that they're working with lower inventories. Most organizations which were working on a made-to-order model have gone even more tighter on made-to-order. They just don't build stocks. Okay, there's no more made-to-stock in order to sell. I think we're seeing many different delivery models, and each will have its place in the sun. Many different delivery models, and some are physical, some are over the air. And I think B2B businesses, unorganized businesses, are seeing what I call platform approach. Let's take the construction material industry. The construction material industry has a number of people, from masons to painters to builders to contractors to cement manufacturers to steel manufacturers, everybody. Imagine constructing a platform where everybody can tap into it. The individual home buyer can tap into it. The people who give you loans for your buildings can tap into it, etc. And everybody has access to the same information. I personally believe that many B2B businesses and many industries which have not been organized will get organized via the platform route right now. Next slide. The third is the impact of what we are seeing on the democratic functioning of an organization. One of the things we've seen is every organization has upped its learning quotient right now. Courses are available abundantly on the net in every organization's website. Harvard has put out tons of material free online. So if you want to learn today, the only challenge is attitude, it's not access. There's enough access for you wherever you want to. Okay, second, all meetings. I think meetings are starting on time by and large. Meetings are ending on time. Of course, there are many bad leaders who are starting late, for making people wait for half an hour, 1 hour, and going on and on about meetings. Okay, but by and large, I think meetings have got more efficient, and all people are able to dial into meetings. So the physical location is no longer a constraint for a person to participate in a meeting anymore. I think there's far freer information flow. Everybody who has something to say is there and offers his or her input. I think we are seeing an absolute revolution in cross-functional team collaboration right now, thanks to this way of working. I think we are moving. All organizations classically have been built on the vertical hierarchy, where you talk to your boss, you feed information to your boss, and he tells you what to do. The whole concept of technology and webinars and meetings on the web has moved the emphasis on horizontal collaboration now. Horizontal collaboration is becoming the norm. As a result of horizontal collaboration, we are seeing significantly better speed in the organization. Earlier, organizations were vertical silos, and each silo would not talk to the other. But thanks to this way of running meetings and working, we are seeing significant speed across the horizontal layer. The challenge is when work starts back at the workplace in the physical office, whether it's 2 days a week or 3 days a week or whatever it is, you should not lose some of these good habits. As a result of this horizontal collaboration, the amount of innovation which has been put out by companies is not funny. Companies, if the earlier schedule was 6 months to innovate and put a product into the market, now they're able to do it within 2 months or 3 months. It's amazing the speed which organizations are displaying today. And finally, I would say leaders have become far more accessible. Earlier, leaders were accessible either on the email or on podcasts or once a quarter communication. Thanks to this pandemic and crisis, a leader is truly visible today, and he is in conversation with his employees on almost a daily basis. And hence, leaders who are authentic and credible, I believe their standing in their company, their standing in industry has gone up significantly. Equally, leaders who are not that, their standing has been challenged. This is one pandemic where if you are a leader, whether you're the leader of a country, whether you're the leader of an industry, whether you're the leader of a company, whether you're the leader of a hamlet, whether you're the leader of a family, all of us have started with the same starting line, at the same starting line. Our behavior, our authenticity, and our commitment has been checked day in and day out for the last 9 months. Next slide, please. So in summary, I have 2 minutes to go. In summary, I would say a crisis is too good an opportunity to pass. And I think in this crisis, all of us have used technology. Governments have used technology. Institutions have used technology. Companies have used technology. Individuals have used technology. Families have used technology in order to get ahead. And all of us have used technology to combat this crisis. I think digital is the winner. Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. And the three trends which I foresee as a result of this opportunity of tech shift or tech pivoting is data. We'll have more data and hence better targeting, better segmentation, better management of consumers. Privacy will always be an issue. Digitization, the digital business model will be the main business model. I think everybody is thinning inventory, and the shortest distance, the least friction distance, and the best discovery distance is what consumers are looking for. And finally, I personally believe organizations will get much more democratic as a result of this digitization via the web. So that's all I had, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for dialing in. I'm 1 minute away to close. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure putting this together for all of you. Thank you, ET, for asking me to do this, and all the very best as you go through the next set of sessions. Thank you, Sakshi. Thank you, Jyoti, and thank you, Saransh, for all the help with this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shivkumar. I think those were some interesting trends in the form of takeaways for all of our members of the audience in terms of data, digitization, and democratization of the organizations. I must admit that every time you share your thoughts, it turns out to be a masterclass for us all. So thank you so much again for joining us. Thank you very much, sir.
All the best.
Thank you once again, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I must admit, dynamic thoughts coming there from Mr. Shivkumar. I do believe all of you have managed to take down notes just the way I was doing. But also please keep those tweets coming using hashtag #ETABLC, because up next, we're about to get a power-packed panel discussion started just for you. So stay with us. We'll get the next session started in just a couple of minutes. All right, welcome back again. It's time to get started with our next panel discussion and a very pertinent topic as we talk about rethinking globalization, the new future. In fact, our panelists joining us are industry stalwarts who have been pioneering change for the last decade. So let me go ahead quickly and introduce our speakers to all of you. And here we go. First up, we have with us Mr. Joseph Chan, who is the founder and chief executive officer with Asia Pay Hong Kong. He, in fact, has spearheaded the company and product development together with his management team to become one of the most successful electronic payment service and technology company in Asia with operations covering 16 countries. We also have the presence of Mr. Deepak Bagla, who's armed with a prolific experience of over 3 decades. He's a managing director and CEO with Invest India, which is a national investment promotion and facilitation agency promoted by the government of India. And as we all know, Invest India is also the execution agency for Government of India's startup initiative. Joining our panelists, we also have with us Yoshiki Sasaki, who's a chief executive officer with Japan Strategic Capital. In fact, they're a team of professionals bridging Japanese resources to the rest of the world. And he's also armed with a prolific experience of more than 3 decades. With that, let's also move on and welcome on board a renowned technology entrepreneur, someone who has revolutionized the way women workforce have managed to connect with each other by building India's largest online career ecosystem. We have with us Sairi Chahal, who is a renowned technology entrepreneur, founder and chief executive officer, Sheroes, and also board member with Paytm Payments Bank. And we also have the presence of someone who has been the face of the e-commerce business, a successful businesswoman who founded the company that is known as LimeRoad, and she in fact has been amongst the 15 women voted for the Rising Talent Global Leaders Under 40 at the World Women's Forum in Paris in 2010. We have with us Suchi Mukherjee, the founder and group chief executive officer of LimeRoad.com. And now one name who's going to be spearheading this panel discussion for all of us is someone who comes with close to 2 decades of experience being the fintech leader in order to lead this discussion. We have with us Vivek Belgavi, partner with PricewaterhouseCoopers. So yes, indeed, it's time to bring on board some interesting discussions with even more interesting set of speakers. Without any delay, let me hand over the proceedings to Mr. Belgavi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kavya. Thank you for the kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, ET, for facilitating this dialogue. We are here today to discuss rethinking globalization. Allow me to set some context in terms of broader questions facing nations and corporations alike. And we have a very esteemed panel today, and I'm just raising some thoughts as a practitioner in this area which came to my mind. And there were 5 of these queries. Query number 1 was trade as a share of GDP doubled from 27% in 70s to 60% in 2008. There was a massive increase. It did slow down with the financial crisis, but by 2012, we hit a peak of 62%. But since then, over the last 8 years, overall, the trend has been coming down. Will it come back to these levels post-COVID? Is there a better way we could play this decade than the few? The second thought is, according to a Global Investment Trends Monitor report released by UNCTAD, the global FDI flows fell 49% in the first half of 2020. And this is a tough year for everyone. So India has done something fairly positive. Asian economies have fared better. But once the COVID is over, would the canvas of these global FDI flows be redrawn? We'll explore that. Third, 2020 has been a very difficult year and has brought into focus that certain activities spill over national borders. Economists call it global public goods. Like pandemic, we are in the middle of one, climate change, technology, vaccines. It will require greater collaboration than a nation to think for itself. How do we really bake this into a globalization discourse? Fourth, the pandemic has also shown vulnerabilities in the global supply chain. Going forward, would regional economic integration gain more currency? And to avoid shortages of essential goods, which we have seen quite a bit, should trade also prioritize security of supply over cost efficiency? And we have some panelists who are involved in trade and payments, and we'll explore that. Lastly, while globalization has lifted billions of people out of poverty everywhere, it has created new pools of disadvantage in many countries, both developed as well as developing. Is there a way to do inclusive globalization? Is a big question in front of us. These are deep, complex issues requiring nuanced, multidimensional thinking. And our panel today offers us just that. I'll probably start with Mr. Bagla, since you have got a vantage point into a lot of these broad themes and queries I raised. Just to contextualize globalization in 2020, in your view, what would be the key trends in global trade and investments broadly, as well as in India, which you're part of? What would be your views on that, Mr. Bagla?
Thank you, Vivek. And I must say first, thank you very much for Economic Times to get us all together. And it's very interesting, the 5 and the 4 and the 5 points you picked up. Actually, they're very heavy by themselves. So it's probably each one we can take a separate webinar on. But just to share with you some thoughts as to what I am seeing happening in my daily life. The first is, we went into this unprecedented lockdown on the 23rd of March this year. And it's been the most unprecedented lockdown in human history. You never had 1.3 billion people in an absolute lockdown, and especially in a society and a country which is the highest migrant society. Just to put it in perspective, last year, 8 billion people traveled on my railways, both urban as well as across the country. So just to tell you, all of them suddenly put to a halt and to take it forth. Now, as the investment agency of the country, let me just share with you a few things which I'm noticing. The first is I'm seeing a huge robustness and interest in onshoring of supply chains. So what I'm saying, that vulnerability, Vivek, you spoke about, that was a business 101 about how you de-risk your supply chains. And we all forgot about that during the past 2 decades, especially. And the entire meaning of efficiency would probably be re-looked at from many perspectives. But that is the first trend which I'm seeing, and in a very active and a robust manner. The second part to that one is that there's going to be a shortening of the supply chains. The supply chains have extended themselves much more. That means what? That means essentially that the new fulcrums of manufacturing will be geographies, one, which offer a large market because you want to get close to your market. The second is it will be dependent upon the shortening. The second part which I spoke about was shortening of the supply chain. They will start moving or gravitating towards where there are comparative advantages within that geography. So, for example, one of the things which the Honorable Prime Minister Modi has been stressing upon is Atmanirbhar Bharat. What he calls is a self-reliant India, essentially meaning that picking up the strengths of India and offering the strengths of India to the world to partner with them in this entire globalization effort. So that is one big trend which I'm seeing, and I see that trend getting more momentum going forward. I'm already started seeing that. The second element which I see, and I'll pick up from one of the thoughts you brought on that one, was the multilateralism and is also regional one. I personally see bilateralism picking up far more ground. We've had a huge multilateral structure ever since the Bretton Woods. And let's look at it for the past 70, 80, 90 years, which has done us well. But maybe the time has come also that now, because of technology, of digitization, or better communication, bilateralism might also start fitting in maybe a little easier for people to handle. And also there could be a multipolarity where the global geopolitics is concerned. So keeping both these in mind, I may see elements of bilateralism working out much more. Now, how do both these trends impact the volume of trade and the volume of investment? I think only time will tell. But yes, as per the UNCTAD results, they're looking at the next 24 months as global FDI go down by as much as 40%. So just pre-COVID, we were at about 1.3 trillion. You can see 40% of it shaved off during the course of the next 48 months or 24 months. I heard somebody say that, and I would quote that person saying that we are all in the same storm, but in different boats. And how each of our boats is going to float through it will actually depend on how we all are positioned with it. So with that, Vivek, let me take it back to you with some of my initial comments. Thank you.
Lovely metaphors, Mr. Bagla. Different boats, as you say, and I think we've got different captains today to talk through some of those journeys. Suchi, probably to get you in, because the bilateral trade, you run a commerce platform. How do you see it? Like, what are the trends from your vantage point, Suchi, on globalization and global supply chains, and you have lived through the pandemic. What would be your views on how the lines would be redrawn?
So I think, Vivek, there are really three core things that are emerging. Even before COVID, the extent of globalization measured as trade, whether it's exports, imports, was on a downswing. We know that, right? So first quarter of this year, even before COVID, saw negative growth year on year, right? And that has just really accelerated. So globally, global trade is probably going to be down 14% or 13% for the full year, 14% for the first half. Right now, if you think about India, in India, what's going to happen is it was the same trend. Last year, if you think of merchandise, right, as opposed to services, merchandise was down, right? And exports were down overall 17% year on year. Imports, and this year, in fact, that has just accelerated. So if I think about this year, imports down 17%, exports down 17%, imports down 35%, right? So we are in a situation where trade has been hit. Now, what is the upside of this? The upside is this supply chain disruption that Mr. Bagla talked about is real. And the core question that we as Indians have to ask ourselves is how ready and how competitive and how aggressively can we position ourselves to participate in this disruption? So there are supply chains like the technology supply chain, right? Where we don't play a big role yet. That's South Korea, that's Japan, that's China, and that's the biggest chunk, right? And that supply chain needed to be disrupted for the last 10 years. There was typhoons and there was China and all of that was happening. I don't know whether we're well positioned there. But then there are supply chains like pharmaceuticals where we have a role to play. We've always had. The question is, China was 32% of the manufacturing. We were 4%. Can we actually be super aggressive there where we already have a presence? Auto parts, another one. And I'm thinking more from my vantage point, apparel, right? In apparel, over the course of the last 7 years, we'd slipped from a number 3 exporter globally to a number 5. Do we have the gumption and do we have the resourcing and do we have the aggression to really make the most out of what I think is a phenomenal opportunity for India, particularly for areas where we already have some presence?
Lovely thought, Suchi, and very thought-provoking, challenging. The heart of it is the owners to build capabilities and probably tie in with those bilateral partnerships, because as Adam Smith said, specialization is a trait which every nation and corporation will show. But probably linking to Sairi, bringing you in, because you have been working on your own networks and which also doubles up for commerce as well. What have been your vantage point? Do you see some of the trends that Suchi mentioned? Are there some other positive areas you're seeing? What's your view?
So look, I think from where I see this, there are three sort of cohorts that strike out, just in terms of a post-COVID outlook. So first is, of course, I think digital is as mainstream as it gets, and I think India is as sizable. We're perhaps the largest digital economy in the world already, if not more, at least in terms of the number of people on it. And I think we will see more depth as we go along. So I think one of the core issues facing us, in a new globalized world is digital integrity. And I think, I know Google went down yesterday and we all sort of, held back and our life came to a standing halt. And I think it's time to reflect a little bit on our ownership of what our digital destiny means for us. And to me, while we live in a connected world, it's also time to look at all the wealth creation that digital holds for India. And again, I think we're the leapfrog nation. We've done this many times and we're going to do this many times over. So I just feel as a country, we need a bigger, deeper discourse on the digital integrity and therefore therefore you know innovation at a very very grassroots level. So I think so far our idea of innovation has been all imports, and it sounds territorial, but the truth is, as a country, if we want to take charge of our digital destiny in a globalized world, then this is a question that we will have to answer and come to face with. Second is, I think, the demographic dividend. You know, we're the country with perhaps one of the coolest payment stacks and one of the largest India stacks, and there are a lot of rails that have been set in place, which are bridging the divide between haves and have-nots. And I think at the scale at which some of this has happened is absolutely absolutely outstanding. And I feel it's time to sort of build that to the next level. And the most important thing is that one of the discontents of globalization is the is the income and social divides. You know, so we all know income inequalities and social inequalities have increased, and here's an opportunity to put a filter on those metrics. And I think as a country, we have a unique opportunity using some of the digital assets we have as a country, but also the whole ecosystem that's grown. I mean, as a founder who started a first company in '99, and as somebody who's starting up something new in 2020, the world's a very different place. India ecosystem is pretty much out there, you know, and I think we're just getting started. So, you know, the number of unicorns we want to see out of India is only going to multiply. But, you know, our unicorns won't look good if our people are still grappling with hunger, nutrition, healthcare, education, infrastructure. So my filter would definitely look at that. And third is, I think, just taking technological innovation to the grassroots. You know, I mean, all innovation is not going to come from Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. I think it's going to come from you know, small towns in Assam and Gujarat and all parts of this country. And COVID kind of demonstrated that, you know, the reverse migration is for real, and maybe that's also a chance for us to rebuild the blueprint of India. And you know, it's good for the environment. And I think and lastly, there is so much of connected cohorts, right? So I think the first wave of globalization was all about you know, blending in and sort of assimilating. But I think the version 2 of globalization is definitely connected cohorts, and I think building, keeping in mind some of these outcomes: environmental outcomes, economic outcomes, and of course demographic outcomes.
Great point, Sairi, and probably linking it to the theme is globalization. So what your point is taken, that each country would have to find its own specializations, and in an interconnected way. Like I've heard the stories of, let's say, the India stack is a let's say one of the models out there. Can we do digital diplomacy by exporting that? And there is a lot of last mile SME tech which has been done very well by a lot of Asian countries. Can we import that? So I think probably how can we do it while keeping the sense of that global private goods, as we called it, is where the nuance will lie. Joseph, you have done a fair bit of bridging of multiple countries, borders, and almost at a fulcrum of it. So how do you see those trends, and especially from an Asia Pacific perspective?
Absolutely. Due to the COVID and lockdown, I think it significantly changed the work life and then also the personal life in trade and the demand globally. When we see and believe the new normal and further drive innovations and adoptions of the growth of digital commerce. And for no matter it's commerce or trade, the ease and speed and security of payments, they play a vital role. And we have seen that there are more global retail hospitality brands key up to penetrate into the Asian market, and we have seen this a lot of regional deals coming up, and we also continue to address the diversities in Asia itself. So we see the diversities of cultures, different pace of digitalizations, payments developments across Asia. And interesting enough, Asia Pacific consumers, it seems to be the driving force of the digital transformations and the adoptions of new technologies compared to other regions. And we see that there are lots of inspiring startups, unicorns that in Asia. And for the normal populations, we see that there are a lot of the tech-savvy individuals who enjoy social chat, sharing convenience of shopping online. And interesting enough, the way they make payments is quite different. So some markets are very dominant by credit cards, but some start by net banking like UPI or wallet, or some other your offline cash payment kind of models. So that to support the globalization in trade, e-commerce, B2C, B2B, I think that they continue to drive and demand for a pan-Asia trusted payment platforms that can understand and address the needs of these particulars for the banks and for the merchants. So I think that in a coming future, what the fintech and also the regional, if not the global, kind of digital payment player may focus on a few things. One, first of all, is the integrations. Because when you talk about globalizations, you may try to reach out to your target customers, how to effectively collect the money in a seamless way across different payment means, countries, currencies. And to do that, I think that right now, some key three-pillar strategies could be referenced. First of all, to drive these changes in all these developments, the first of all is that how you define the innovation and the strategies. So some payment provider like AsiaPay will further step up our alliance work plan. Traditionally, on the payment company, we work with banks and payment switches, but not anymore, because we need to further expand to tap into disruptive technologies to enable all kinds of commerce activities and commerce transactions. So they could be ranged from like chatbot providers, AI providers, smart commerce, smart retail solution vendors, to allow us to collectively join force to disrupt or to provide new values, no matter for trade practitioners or just B2C commerce players. The second model pillar, normally we focus is customer-centric. How would that be? Every time it's easy to talk about, put our customers as a top priority. So I think that the efforts to put ourselves to deep understanding what will the change of the consumer behavior, how they transact, how they view commerce will be vital. From user experience to understand their behavior in like streaming commerce, chat, social commerce, and how the coming of technologies change these kind of behavior, like the 5G is coming to the market that could have an impact to the globalizations. I think the third of all is also to work with the standards. When we talk about payments, sometimes it's not driven alone solely by the startup, but it could be a collective effort within the ecosystem. So it can be something like SWIFT, credit cards, or international banking consortium to drive all these new innovations to address the needs of payments in a more faster, secure way globally. And then the third pillar would be how we can work closely with those players, cards association, banks, to adhere to the latest standards in terms of compliance, in terms of processing and security. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. A couple of very interesting points there. For me, I think the takeaways were this conversation of payments or fintech along with commerce. Just creating one rails is not enough. It is when that matchmaking happens. Second theme is this whole idea of standards. Today, the open APIs, especially, there are too many silo like health stacks or agri stacks, or there are many of the stacks which are needed now. Otherwise, there would be too many point-to-point connections. Those frictions can reduce. Third point, though, which I kind of thought was implicit, was for cross-border payments to happen, country-level infrastructures have to be strong. If those are built proportionately, it is easier for a player like you or similar to really then facilitate cross-border movements. But on that topic, I would want to invite Sasaki-san from their vantage point. Really, I have seen you very active from a funding space, technology transfer space, bridging borders. There are multi-facets of your organization, Sasaki-san. Like from your vantage point, what trends that you see, and specifically on financing and FDIs, because we have not spoken much about it. But any light on that would be great.
Okay. I mostly deal with very long-term investment to promote industry. So it tends to be the investment duration of 5 to 10 years. The basics for that is the trust to the management of your counterpart. And with this COVID, it becomes very difficult to physically meet these people. So you need to get that relationship from a remote contact. And this is, of course, very difficult. And in the COVID age, we have to be, operate remotely, but at the same time, you have to be local in some way. So with this situation, I'm finding it is very precious that you have a very good trusted people in that local area. These people can become the hub of creating your business in that area. So by combining these assets, people asset and the digital infrastructure, I think we will be finding the way how to manage under this situation to do a very difficult decision making, like investment, for example. And so this is one thing. And what I am seeing is that until 10, 20 years ago, the physical infrastructure is everything for the developing economy. But these days, it is now being changed as a digital infrastructure and the resource. And resource means the brain of people. And brain of people is a function of population and education. So a country like India, in that sense, is now relatively gaining the position relative to other countries, because you have a lot of good brains in the country. And that's one reason we thought it is important that we have to increase the reach to these people in India. We actually invested in a company in Mumbai last year, and this is my fourth investment. And the first three was in mid-90s. So, and the early 2000 was the age of China. We have been investing in China. I personally invested company like Alibaba at this start in 2002, for example. So, but these people are now becoming more and more self-centric, so to speak. And especially, of course, people level is different. But if the country becomes bigger, they need to use some power to integrate that big country. So these are like China or US. And now you see a very big confrontation of China and the US. So under these circumstances, other independent democratic country like India or Japan need to have its own stance towards the global political and economic environment. So we see a lot of these independent democratic people, including Southeast Asia, ASEAN countries, have been in ASEAN countries for almost 30 years. We have done 500 million investment to 160 companies for these 20, 30 years. And so if we have a very good community building with these people, I think we can keep the balance under the two superpowers. So as Mr. Bagra said, this is the age of multipolarity. So in the multipolarity, each person has to secure its own standing. And you have to say yes, and you have to say no, according to your thinking. So that therefore, people like us, Japan and India, need to understand more. And actually, the communication routes or the community is not that big, who knows the different, cultures at the same time. So I think people like us need to, expedite this process by letting younger people to know each other who will run the next generation, so to speak. And
Very interesting thoughts.
yes, but I basically have a very positive future, see the positive future for this anyway.
Very nice.
No
Mr.
one
Bagla,
can. Yes, go ahead, please.
Mr. Bagla, I felt you wanted to respond to some of the thoughts there, and Suchi, I thought you also want to come in. We will not be linear, so I thought anyone who feels like responding to any of the other thoughts, why don't we do a very quick response?
Thank you, Vivek. But some very interesting thoughts. Let me just randomly take it forward. But first, let me congratulate Sasaki-san for his investment in India, the recent one. Mr. Sasaki-san, if you invest from your heart, that investment will do very well. And as I see you, you are a person who invests from the heart. But I must also say that, you know, you had a very interesting point, and you and I belong to that generation where touch and feel was very important to get trust. But obviously things are changing, and that's where the new generation comes. And let me just pick up one or two of those points and take it forward. One, Sasaki-san mentioned the importance of intelligence and education. And what I would add to that is where I see India at one of its most critical inflection points in its history today. And I'm not just talking of modern Indian history. And I'll tell you where that inflection point is getting catalyzed. And I take it back to what Sairi had taken us on that digitization framework. That infrastructure, and Sasaki-san also mentioned to it, you know, the importance of the digital infrastructure which has been created. To my mind, for the first time in our history, so you know we have 1.3 billion human resources today. By 2025-26, we'll be 1.5 billion, the largest, at least for the next 200 years, within a single national geography. Now, what this digital infrastructure is doing, it is creating that democratization of access, of opportunity, of education, of healthcare. So empowering each and every of that 1.5 billion in every aspect of not just economic development, but socio-political movement. And that is what is catalyzing this country into that huge juggernaut. And we often heard the leapfrogging thing being attached to India. Well, this is where that leapfrog is going to be probably the longest leap taking it forward. We spoke of the India stack. I was just yesterday with a bunch of investors globally. By the way, let me mention that now we are in the top 10 greenfield investment destinations of the world. Essentially, and where I'm talking of now is actual manufacturing itself. My team is currently facilitating the grounding of $166 billion of investment. And 80 billion of that was added during this lockdown, during the lockdown itself. So I'm just trying to show where the investor today has a long-term comfort, and this is greenfield investment to a large extent, on India. And that is again rising out of that inflection point created by that digital infrastructure, creating that unprecedented market opportunity and the ability to access that market opportunity. So it just brings it to that point. And let me also take it back to Joseph's point. The other very interesting element, which I often hear from investors where India is concerned, is that one, we are the highest on the level of diversity, as you know that. On the diversity index, India is one of the top 5 countries of the world. But more interestingly, on both adoption and adaptation of technology, India is again one of the top societies in the world. That again just all flows back into that entire impact of leapfrogging. So, you know, what is typically happening, and I'm sorry I'm going all over the place with my comments, but that is where we are, where India is concerned. We are at that point of that chaotic disruptional innovation. And it is now getting into that point of singularity ridden by or riding on the backboard of this digital infrastructure. And that is what explains the global interest coming into India. And I remember Suchi mentioning about how well we are positioned on the innovation and the technology side. Just to put it a little in perspective, in the past 60 months, we've set up over 1,000 R&D centers of global multinationals in India. We are today the #1 destination for global multinationals having their R&D centers outside of their head office. And that is again propelling that entire growth on innovation and disruption and taking it forward. So just a few pointers, Vivek. We have so many interesting speakers. I'm here more to hear than to speak. So I take it back to you and to everybody else on the panel. Thank you.
Lovely, Mr. Bagla. Sometimes you just need a string to get the pearls together. Fantastic job of connecting a lot of initial thoughts. Any other thoughts from anyone? Suchi, Joseph?
Absolutely. I think that we really share the bright, insightful comments. I think because of the diversities in Asia, that create a very nurturing ground for a lot of startups to address the needs and the unsatisfied demands in the market and how they fill the gap. And that gap is phenomenal. It can be from healthcare, it can be from fintech, investments also. I think that Asia, we are very confident that it will drive up a lot of new disruptive idea in a much faster pace than the other region in the world.
Very cool. Unless there are other thoughts, let me just do a couple of some quick, because we got some great thoughts from everyone, couple of quick rounds on few questions, right? So question number 1 is, if we, based on your vantage point, and we can go around the room, clearly the industry lines are being redrawn, like country specializations, whether it's a digital stack in India or whether it's let's say a certain pharma stack in some other country. Everyone is picking up their own specializations. If the lines are getting redrawn, whether it is bilateral or regional. So if you look at that, which are the spots, which are the trade spaces or investment spaces where we are seeing more action happening? What is it that is increasing? And of course, there's a disruption because of different things. And what are the areas where you're seeing a reduction? So I'm indirectly asking, going like a short-term future, which sectors or subsectors do we see greater trade and investments, and which geographies? Mr. Bagla, very quickly with you, then we can go probably 30 seconds across the room.
Very quickly, 30 seconds. The former US ambassador in his farewell speech said a very interesting thing. 70% of India of 2030 is yet to be created. It's a fact. I'm $3 trillion today. By 2030, I'll be about $10 trillion. Looking at that, I'm going to be adding $7 trillion. Now, when you are in a society which is moving that fast, and let me just put it in another perspective, every minute, I have 25 to 30 people moving from a village to a city in India. That means in the next 10 years, I would have created another United States of America with 300 million people in my urbanization. With that, just think about the potential. So when I speak of that 166 billion, which I was talking of, my team itself grounded, it's across 47 sectors.
Right.
So you pick up a sector, you pick up a toy, or you pick up a port, or you pick up a road, or you pick up an industrial township. I need them all. And I need to create another 100 million new houses in the next 10 years. So please, for me, investment is across each and every element. And I will add $7 trillion to the bottom lines and balance sheets of all those who will partner with me in my growth in the next 10 years.
Actually, I agree with Mr. Bagla on this, because I think given where we are, I actually feel it's just a matter of execution, but every single sector, we've got to be greedy and hungry. I mean, really, I look at my sector, apparel, we're a $70 billion domestic market. That's bigger than the UK, and it's almost the size of the US, or maybe it's marginally smaller. And just imagine that all of that, 3% is online, 85% is unbranded and disorganized. I mean, just imagine the amount of opportunity. The question though, Mr. Bagla, is how are we going to do it all? And at some point, we're going to have to put method to this madness. It's crazy, the opportunity, but I think there needs to be some method.
Interesting. Joseph, your thought?
Yep, definitely. I think that on the digital innovation space, I think there are a couple of takes. First of all, I think some of the star performers will be those who address new opportunities in the social and smart commerce area, user experience, because I think the new millennials have a new way of living in the future. You can see the the heat of the TikTok and all these in the whole global world. The second tip would be on the SaaS. The SaaS performance seems to help to generate particularly savings and synergies across different corporates. I think that will be also a key performance in this tech sector. And I think last of all is security, because there are more open technologies and more connected devices. The kind of vulnerabilities in this digital space then demand on more sophisticated technologies to bring all these transactions into a more safer way to handle will be the key in the future. So these are the three major tips of mine. Thanks.
Lovely. I can almost see it like a jigsaw puzzle, the pieces coming together. There are some common themes emerging. Sasaki-san, I'm just going around the images I have on my gallery view. Sasaki-san, your view on which are the investment spaces which will heat up, which ones will slow down?
I think, as I said, there is a less interest to physical assets, but more interest on digital asset, which is a futuristic asset. Yeah. And in that sense, for example, we are doing healthcare service, and that's because I see some advantage, because we have in Japan 28% of the people are over 65, and we had to think how to do with this situation. I mean, the one thing is convert these senior people like younger people, so let them more active and more productive. And the other side is how to increase their quality of life towards their end of life, which is almost discarded. And we have been paying 400 billion US a year to treat these people. And of our medical spending, more than half is used for over 75 of people. So I think we have been making mistake in spending too much money for senior people, and this is not sustainable. But we have a lot of learning from here, so we need to think in the next stage to do the similar service at a much less cost, which is could be done by digitization of all these services. Of course, physical service is ultimately needed, but both is the best combination of those. So this is what we are going to experiment in India, where people must pay from their own purse for this service. In Japan, people just pay 10% of the total cost because we have a mandatory national caregiving and medical insurance. So therefore, I think India is a very good, for us, training ground to search for the futuristic, very cost competitive service.
And this country is known for frugal innovations, so I'm sure you will find multiple solutions, more than what you need. Sairi, from your vantage point, what are the spaces that you think will do better? What are the spaces that you think would be depressed?
Right. So I think three priorities: enabling human capital. I think non-negotiable given the size and scale and the country we are. Enabling digital and digital across. I think right from supply chain to payments to maybe utility services and everything, and therefore enabling consumption. So I think that this is my order of I think the themes that I foresee coming around.
Very nice. So another quick round, and this time the theme I want to pick up is we have seen the opportunities, we have seen ambition in every country, we have seen the problems in multiple geographies and sectors. The question really is, but from a motivation perspective, trade does lead the way to GDP growth. So we definitely would want to do trade where a bilateral, there's a balance between self-reliance and trade, right? So what are the impediments to it in our views, and what impediment, what are the, let's say, biggest 2-3 problems to solve? Like today, frankly speaking, even in spite of many things, and Suchi, you can talk about apparel, like cross-border movement of apparel is not, it is happening behind the scenes, but for a customer, is it as easy for me to shop a Vietnamese brand? Probably not. So what are the impediments that we see is my theme of the day, and probably this time we'll start with you, Suchi, since I took the apparel example. But what are the impediments that you would wish will kind of go away and we will reach that potential?
Yeah, I think there are really 4 large impediments in cross-border, right? There is the fundamental impediment of how a product moves, the shipping. So it's not just the cost of the logistics, it's the reach, it's the reliability, it's the predictability, it's reverse logistics, right? Then there is a second piece, which is around customs and taxations. And that is just complex, it varies by country, and there is a humongous amount of paperwork and formalities, and just basically time loss,
Yeah.
right? Then there is a question of payments, which I think Joseph Chan touched upon, which is the absence of a single payment gateway, right, that works for domestic and international. There are just a bunch of different types of payment standards, and then how do you create that international payment highway, if you like. And then the fourth is that just that domestic versus international, different countries have different views on how they treat companies. And so the need to incorporate in an international domain to actually trade, right? So that's the fourth impediment. I'm leaving aside understanding local consumption behavior. I'm leaving aside market understanding, aside for a minute. But these are the 4 sort of, I'm going to call them structural impediments to really enabling trade. And I think when I think about India, and I think about the size of our segment, the size of my sector, for example, I feel that, getting to a place where it becomes easier, the government enables some of these changes, say, for example, customs and taxation, to make it easier for the very talented exporters to actually export out directly without going through the traditional sourcing and buying modules, right?
Yeah.
And exporting directly into those markets, getting a leg up, number one. Number two, in some instances, opening out this market to international brands to come in. And it may not always be, and to Sasaki-san's point of view, it's not going to be through physical assets, right? It is going to be through digital assets. And that partnership, how do you enable? And that enablement needs a little bit of ease. And China's done a good job of that, right? Whether it's certain types of parks, export parks, where paperwork is seamless, just enabling some of that, I think in our segment, in our sector and across sectors, I think will be huge. But those are the 4 impediments that I see here and now.
Great point. Joseph, Mr. Baga, I'll come to you last because you can summarize very well what is already in place and what you're working on. Joseph, from your vantage point, have you explored the Indian market, and what is your view, or what do you view on where do you think are the impediments?
Definitely, I think that we have small little operations in Mumbai, and I love Indian food. I love to see how we can contribute to the Indian kind of payment community. I think the apart from the earlier impediments that we see, I think on the e-commerce side, I think the challenge of finding the right people, the skill sets and the talents. And I think on the supply chain, I think definitely because that I think some countries undergo the suffering of protectionism, the tariff, the new tax imposed across country, and the third of all, I think it's the digital divide. How digital ready by different countries. We hope that with the collective effort by the governments, the commercial, can minimize and narrow the gap of this divide.
Interesting. Shishaki-san, I'm going with anti-clockwise in my gallery view.
Yes, of course, we cannot do business like domestic business when we do international business. And there are a lot of differences. And talking about Japan, Japan is over-regulated. So we have a lot of formalities in, for example, importing goods, and sometimes we cannot receive the goods because that doesn't conform with the regulation, for example. So in that way, I mean, of course, these are not easily changed because this is done by the government, and the regulation cannot be changed immediately. So what we can do is we incorporate these points in our business cycle. But the most basic thing is to understand the market, which is Suchi didn't comment on that, but I think this is the most difficult part of it. We have been trying to, for example, import Tunisian extra olive oil to Japanese market for 6 years without success. I mean, the quality assumptions, what the supplier can do is still very much different with the expectation of the consumers receiving these quality goods, for example. If we import the highest quality olive oil from Tunisia, 40% is rejected, for example. But therefore, it comes from packaging, labeling, that sort of thing. And people, therefore, to exploit this kind of thing, you need to have a very good coordinator to avoid these, difficulties.
Great points. And I think it does link up to what Joseph mentioned in a different context early on around standards. What you're talking about, we talk about technology and data standards, but standards in product quality, and olive oil of a certain quality should mean the same thing in a certain area, which it really does. We really do even have the same name of wheat or flour or a 00. So I think we have a tendency to de-standardize anything we get into, but that's a very fair and interesting impediment. Saidi, from your lens, what do you see as impediments?
Right. So I think, look, we've covered everything, but there's something I think as India we could definitely strengthen, which is legal enforcement. I think the case for doing business can only be strengthened when not only there are laws, but the laws can be enforced. And also, I think obviously it goes without saying the simplification of tax regimes and other regulatory structures, and I think some way to create more trust in the system. So I mean, I'm going to bring up the defamed retro tax. So while I know it's still up for debate, but I do think, just from a sentiment perspective, enforceability of the law, especially in a business setting, sets the tone. Especially in a very, very open, globalized world.
Excellent, excellent. Mr. Bangla, I'll probably just rattle off a few things which I caught, whether it is customs and taxation, laws in a region, facilitation of payments, supply chain integration and standardization. Some interesting themes that we caught across the panel today. Probably we'll let you have the last word in terms of summarizing. What do you think are, like, from a country perspective, and we have really moved up stripes on EODB. What are the problems that you think we have solved for, and what do you think we are in the process of solving for?
So Vivek, since this is going to be the last question, and before I end, on behalf of the entire panel, let me first congratulate you on doing an excellent way of anchoring us and tying us together. And I'm sure each one of us will agree on that one.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now, there's a very interesting talk. Sari spoke about, the regulations, the ease of business, the getting trust. Suchi spoke about how we can get directly the producer connected to the market, to the consumer. All that is happening. And we had Joseph talking about how, the adoption of the digital framework. And Sasaki-san, we continue building on the opportunities which are there. Just let me close in with a few thoughts again. I think across the globe, and more so in a democratic, open society like ours, every government today is being pushed towards ease of business, towards policy reforms, and towards less of governance and more of freedom. And I think, let's face it, we've come a long way. We still have a long way to go. And that is where this government is totally propelling us on. For example, my team itself is creating a single window, which we're going to be launching in January, where an investor can just come onto that window, apply for all his approvals, and over time get all his state government and central government approvals at one place on a digital framework without ever needing to meet people. That would be my dream. Now, we are all working towards that. So that is less of governance and faster pace of change. Let me just give you two examples. And Suchi, that takes me to your point as to how can we connect the value creator to the person who's paying for it. Last year or early last year, a handloom weaver near Bangalore sold 3 saris directly to somebody in Paris. Directly. This year itself, during COVID, from Mizoram, the people doing it there sold turmeric directly to Europe. And when I ordered Alfonso mangoes this March, I ordered it over the net directly from the people who were growing it. That is a big change which is taking shape in India. Week before last, and this is my last point, Vivek, I know I'm running out of it, I shared, but this is, to my point, gives me the biggest strength of India. And my biggest gratifying moment was I shared the platform on a startup event with a 19-year-old boy called Rohit Kashyap from a small district in Bihar called Sitamhari. And what Rohit does is run a startup called Maitri Consulting, where he helps all other startups in and around the village and district by getting them mentorship and getting them connected to the world. This is the new India. As we move out of this little virus, the new India is going to be propelled bottom up from those small towns and villages, connected by that strong digital infrastructure, which Sasaki-san was referring to, which empowering those 1.5 billion each of us. Suchi, your question on to where and how we will get it done. And this India, which is going to be bottom up, moving beyond the 12 metro and the urban centers, is going to be the new India, which will be propelled from each and every small little habitat of this country. Thank you, Vivek. I send it back to you.
Thank you, sir. I must say, I admit, I learned so much in last 1 hour, just listening to all the diverse points, and all of them really coming from a point of authenticity from your own vantage points, as well as there is a universal optimism and collaboration, which is so heartening to see. Thank you, Shuchi. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Sasaki-san. Thank you, Sairi. Thank you, Mr. Bagla. It's been really a pleasure and a privilege. I'll just end with a note of optimism that clearly some things will change, but trade and globalization is as old as humanity. We just hope we will build a better one in the next decade, having on the shoulders of good work which has happened in the last decade, as well as few which has not happened, probably correct those things as well. With that note of optimism, would like to hand it back to our MC to close this panel.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Belgavi. I must admit, you have actually ended up moderating a very powerful panel and also shared your own thoughts. But all of our panelists, I can't help but thank you so much for sharing across the strategies, the different trends. And as Mr. Belgavi said, yes, there were a diverse set of thoughts that you've shared, but it's all ended up with an optimistic note. And I think all of our attendees today have had some fantastic takeaways from the session. So thank you so much again. Thank you everyone for joining us at the Asian Business Leadership Conclave. Thank you once again, everyone.
Thank you, Deepak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe all of us are busy taking notes as we are hearing from all of our speakers here, all of our leaders. And let me not stop you from doing that, because I'm equally busy doing that. The kind of diverse opinions and thoughts that we've been getting from our speakers, it'll only continue. So stay with us as we come back with our next speaker, our next session, and another very important topic. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll get our next session started in just a couple of minutes. everyone. I believe we've had a very interesting panel discussion there, and we managed to derive some extremely powerful thoughts from all of our panelists. And I believe all of you are all geared up for our next set of sessions. So with that, let's now move on to our next keynote address. Another pertinent topic that's in store for all of you is if the coronavirus pandemic, if it can actually be a catalyst for inclusive growth in Asia. Now, joining us, we have someone who is an active advocate of deeper ASEAN economic integration, and he's someone who's armed with extensive experience and is a renowned personality in the Malaysian corporate world. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the presence of Tan Sri Dato Dr. Muhammad Munir Abdul Majid, Chairman, ASEAN Business Advisory Council Malaysia, and former Chairman, Muamalat Malaysia Berhad Bank. So firstly, a warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you so much for joining us at the conclave over here. With that, we can't wait to hear from you and your thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Right, thank you very much for that very kind introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I believe it is afternoon already in Delhi. Yeah. Let me begin by saying when I was asked to talk on this topic, I thought of Charles Dickens, the best of times, the worst of times, Tale of Two Cities, some of you might remember. So it is not surprising that, after the darkest times in living memory this year, there is, of course, extravagant hope that 2021 will be better. That, of course, as you were saying, that the coronavirus pandemic will be a catalyst for inclusive growth in Asia or elsewhere. However, we'll have to test this expectation, okay? Now, to the extent vaccines now already administered in some countries will be more extensively available next year, there's a basis for this hope, even if some uncertainties remain about the vaccines. The rest of the science, economics, and politics of the vaccines are a huge subject in themselves, which requires full and separate treatment, which we obviously can't get into here. Nevertheless, there is no doubt any release from the tyranny of COVID-19 will be a huge relief after what the world has gone through this year. Now, countries are now racing to show they are doing good by their people to be early users of the vaccine, but they're not really working together. I think we can see that. I mean, China had started a long time before the UK claimed to be the first administered vaccine. Of course, US this week. And now, of course, Singapore had announced yesterday that they will be they have approved the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, and they will be starting to administer the vaccine from next year for all of the population. And there's no concession to herd immunity there. Whereas Malaysia, on the other hand, had announced beforehand that it had ordered 12.8 doses in the first instance to cover 6.4 million people and so on and so forth, although there is still to be in Malaysia sort of approval of the vaccine officially by the health authorities. So everyone's running around doing as best they can, but the vaccine is there, and countries are showing that they're doing good by their people to be the early users of the vaccines. So, but they are behaving separately, individually, not cooperating as much as one would have hoped they would do in getting the vaccines available to their people. It remains to be seen where and how vaccines will be made available in this coming year. So I will watch this space. So any expectation that we will be entering a more humbled and reformed world after it has learned its lessons from the ravages of the pandemic might hint to me a bit like wishful thinking. Other than accelerated and extensive change in the appurtenances of life and work, what indications have there been of a positive change of attitudes in interpersonal, societal, national, and international relations? Let's take personal attitudes. Remember the rush for toilet paper and hoarding that took place at the start of this pandemic. how social distancing, that ugly term, which should really refer to physical or safe distancing, but how social distancing became a means of keeping away from other people as well as we tend to our own needs in the best way we can, using the new technologies, particularly e-commerce platforms, to get what we want, to buy what we want online from so many different sources, with so many deliveries being made by people on motorbikes, on bicycles, and so on. So I would ask, have we changed particularly? I mean, I see migrant workers, for example, in the Gulf, in Singapore and Malaysia, and in Malaysia, where the glove manufacturers make bumper profits from the need, from the pandemic. How migrant workers have been treated in terms not just of accommodation, which was the worst thing that was done. They were inflicted with the very disease the gloves they made were supposed to protect other people. And there have been one recent death of a Nepalese worker, and people have been sacked for whistleblowing and so on and so forth. So companies can be heartless as they make big profits, and which makes one wonder whether post-COVID-19, with the acceleration of new technology, will their harsh hearts change? So focusing just on the changes that have been imposed on us, on how we live and worked, which has recently been described as taxceleration, which is the acceleration of the digitalization process, we must understand, of course, appreciate it has both good and bad effects, depending on what drives society and businesses in the use of technology in the economy after COVID-19. Those who have lost jobs and incomes will be in a certain corner of that new world, that post-COVID-19 world. And at the same time, there'll be on the other corner, companies impatient for the upturn. Companies which will be using new technologies more extensively. So will the unemployed be employed again? And will they be employable? How much will be invested in reskilling and upskilling? Now, whose responsibility would that be? Government or businesses? Some industries will grow, some will fail. Amazon employed 175,000 new workers since the lockdowns in March. So did Netflix employ new workers, hundreds of them. But the retail sector has thrown thousands out of work as outlets closed down, cinemas closed down, tourism industries were decimated. So in the aftermath, in the recovery, how is all this going to be fixed? Of course, we talk about the digital economy being actually the driver, the engine of new growth. We also talk about it being a means of equalizing, of providing equal opportunities. I think we have to look at it more closely. In ASEAN, I know where I come from, was mentioned, I've been working in ASEAN. ASEAN, of course, loves big numbers, like governments, we love big numbers. It's the 5th largest economy in the world already today. If it was one economy, that's 3.2 trillion. And it talks also about how an additional $1 trillion will be added to the economy, against already implicit trajectory of growth by 2030. So, there's a lot of numbers that excite a lot of people, certainly governments, and they are sort of aggregate numbers, they're big numbers, no doubt about it, but we must ask the question, are we e-fit? Are we e-ready? Are we trained enough? And is the digital divide bridged? Internet penetration in ASEAN is about 63%. Will the rural people be brought into the new economy? So these are issues that must be asked. Will they be included in the new growth? And we've heard the optimism that has been expressed, in relation to the growth that will be driven by the new technologies and new types. And I'll name at least 7 of them types at the end of my presentation, where I'll come to the role of companies in making sure that it's inclusive growth with the use of greater digitalization. I don't believe that governments can do so. Governments are very good at using terminology, but they're not very good at making things happen. It's companies that make things happen. But as companies make things happen using the new digital tools, they must also have a social responsibility to ensure that those who do not have the abilities are brought up to skill, and those who need to be upskilled are brought up to skill. Those who need to be reskilled are brought up to skill. Those who need to be skilled at the very essence of it are also skilled. Companies have a role to play. And governments use terms, I mentioned the numbers that ASEAN talks about, how digitalization, industry 4.0 and so on is going to give this huge boost to growth numbers. It does not look at the details of who will be left behind, who will not be able to participate in that growth, and so on and so forth. And therefore, I think it's very important indeed that we rely on companies, and companies play this role. I would say governments should just provide the framework for businesses to grow in the economy using the digital tools that have become available, and stay out of it, stay out of business. Make sure that regulations do not stop businesses from doing things, and do not use governments use terms like shared prosperity, use terms like the great digitalization process, use terms like sustainable development growth, which the people on the ground don't even understand what they mean. If those benefits are not brought to the people on the ground, it doesn't mean anything to them. And I think it's the companies which will bring these benefits to the people on the ground. At the same time, in the terms of the context of the world economy, I think we must also bear in mind that we have a situation in the world today as countries threw money at the problem, of rightly so, a problem that was sort of kicked up by COVID-19. I mean, Malaysia, for example, spent over 22% of its GDP in trying to address the problem. Singapore, over 26%, Thailand, 22%. Although the less developed, less well-endowed, financially well-endowed, but they are big companies, big countries and economies. Indonesia spent 11%, Philippines, 5.7%. Everyone threw money at the problem, and of course, as a result of which, debt has increased. And so, in the context of all these things that we want to happen, that we want to see happen with the use of digitalization, there is, of course, the context of the economy that we must think about. The public debt worldwide, particularly in rich countries, 125% of GDP. We know that the central bank balance sheet is swollen, as they bought bonds and issued money out. Well, so we are so used now, even before COVID-19, that the rate of inflation in the world is so low, and so will there be inflation-less economic rebound, in 2021, in terms of context of the wider economy? I know India, for example, has always had a problem with inflation, but it has got tipped by Indian standards pretty much under control at 6.9%. And so, but we must look at this situation as we come out of it in the wider context of economies of the world, will there be supply bottlenecks as people escape, the tyranny of Zoom? And these are questions that are being asked now. So one, the context, the framework in which economies will take off again, and two, the use of the technologies, digitalization, how it would affect economies in the sense that how it would affect people in terms of their ability to participate in that economy, or new economy or not, and what companies are going to do. I think businesses must understand they carry social responsibility as well. They cannot just say we've moved from shareholder responsibility to stakeholder responsibility and stop there. I think they have social responsibility. Financial reporting has got to be extended and made deeper in terms of what they have done to their workers, whether the gig economy workers are being treated well or not, since they are not on the company's payroll, or whether those workers that they have are being retrained or made redundant. All this must be made compulsory to be reported in the company's annual report. So I think reporting standards have got to be deepened and extended, to improve, to include, to see, for people to see whether companies are playing their social responsibility role, are playing a responsible role, are playing the role to be inclusive as well. And so there must be these statements so that companies then will be governed by the discipline to actually deliver social responsibility. And civil society must be recognized to have an active role in this process, to make sure there is accountability, there's transparency of contribution to a more inclusive society, a more inclusive economy, and to a more inclusive use of digitalization. And I do not think governments are best placed to do this anymore, because I've lost a lot of confidence in the abilities of governments to deliver the social good. I think we should now begin to look at companies, and with the onset of new technologies, there's so many ways in which companies can grow and can look after the new economy. For example, one, companies can get involved in digital infrastructure in the 5G transformation. Remote work will deliver internet speed of 50 times 4G. In ASEAN, for example, we need 11 to 18 billion of such investment to roll out 5G. And we want 200 million people to be reached by 2025 with 5G. Then that's an infrastructure investment that must be made. And secondly, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a business in itself. We read today and so on about how Orion has been infiltrated and so on. But cybersecurity, there is an assessment that by 2021, a new organization will fall victim to a ransomware every 11 seconds, costing $20 billion globally. So that's obviously an important area of involvement to protect all that we will be focused on to grow. And then, of course, edutech has social implications, very important. 90% of global student population was shut down. And there are so many such edutech companies that are coming up all over the world, including in Asia, including in Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore. Then telemedicine. At this time, when we talk so much about healthcare, a lot of it has come up. I'm sure there's a lot in India but certainly a lot of it has come up in ASEAN. I mean, when we talk about healthcare, we think about it as in a linear fashion. No, but healthcare is part of sustainable development goal. You keep people healthy so that they have a life and they have an incentive to contribute to their life and to the economy. So healthcare, health tech, and fintech has been talking ad nauseum everywhere. That also has the ability to reach people who are underbanked and underserved. And as we learned in the COVID crisis, e-commerce has grown exponentially, and it will be the basis upon which it will grow further. And finally, I would say, green tech is another one. So if you identify just the big technologies that can be used to improve societies, to make societies protected, and to include the interest of the man in the street, the man on the ground. There are many ways in which businesses can contribute to that inclusiveness that we talk about. We talk about when we talk about post-COVID-19 leading to more inclusive society. But be aware there are many factors that will also are negative that we must be on the guard again and be aware that companies must embrace, like they do in Sweden, their social responsibility and sustainable development goals. On that note, I think I see already I'm talking a bit over my time, but I would end by saying companies have a responsibility for the inclusiveness in growth that we want to see achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Majid, for very beautifully elaborating on certain key highlights and trends that you have observed, especially to do with how we as consumers or enterprises need to be e-fit and e-ready, and also sharing across the different trends across EdTech and Green Tech as well. So thank you once again, sir, for joining us and for sharing your thoughts. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us, because up next we're going to begin with an interesting and an enlightening chat, and again, a very interesting topic coming for you. So stay with us exactly a minute and we'll get our next session started. So welcome back again. It's time for our next session. I do believe that yesterday we witnessed how suddenly the Google server went down, and while we really couldn't work, we decided to actually utilize the social features in order to connect with each other, which is why no matter what, it is truly the dawn of a truly social future. And that's the pertinent topic that we will be discussing about in today's session. It's very interesting to see that our next speaker is someone who's actually enabled human connections. He, in fact, is the founder and Group Chief Executive Officer of Hike. As we all know, Hike, in fact, is India's homegrown social products and internet company that's committed to building a new social future. One aspect that I really enjoyed was Hike Land, because I know that during the pandemic, I myself got the opportunity to connect with all of my friends and be a part of the world's first mobile, first virtual world. Connect with them, play a different game, or for that matter, even if we have to talk about Hike Messenger. So it's kind of pioneering indeed to have none other than Mr. Kavan Bharti Mittal joining us, and he will be in conversation with none other than Mr. Rajat Wahi, who's a partner with Deloitte. So we've got two stalwart speakers joining us right now, and the one person who's spearheading this conversation is none other than Mr. Wahi. So on that note, let's actually indulge in some interesting chat between the two speakers here. And without any delay, let me hand over the proceedings to Mr. Rajat Wahi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Kavya. Appreciate it. Kevin, pleasure to be on this chat with you. Obviously, I don't think you need a lot of introduction. One of the first homegrown apps in India, over I think what 150 or is it 200 million users today. Also one of the youngest billionaires and one of the first startups to reach to $1 billion valuation. So fantastic achievement, especially in this environment. And I'm sure your app and this whole business must have only grown during the lockdown. It's almost been, I'm not saying in a negative way, but the lockdown has actually been tailor-made for e-commerce and online players, where people have been stuck at home for long hours and long days actually, and really struggling to make work from home, learn from home, and basically even socialize from home, right? So just maybe Kevin, if you can just say a few words about your journey so far, about what you set up, and then we'll get into the questions straight away.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Rajat, and excited to be here with you and talk about where the world's headed. I think we're just very excited about where we are today. The world has changed so much in the last couple of years, specifically, of course, in 2020 with COVID. And so many things that we take for granted have come up for question. And also we can see that behaviors that would have emerged in the world maybe 3, 4, 5 years down the line are now happening in 2020. COVID has effectively been a massive catalyst for new behaviors emerging, and I think that for a large chunk of these new behaviors, they're here to stay. People have truly realized the power of internet even more today. And people being stuck at home effectively means people being plugged into the internet. And so that's definitely sort of had a big, it's been a big positive sign for our business for sure, because people spend more time online. But specifically, we're very excited about what we're working on, the future that we're building, Hike across all our products, and I'm excited to talk to you about that more today.
Perfect, and I think you're absolutely right. We've seen a real acceleration in change of consumer behavior. I lead the consumer and retail sector for Deloitte, and all the companies that were sort of toying with e-commerce and was part of their priority, but not really there, and technology was not really there. I mean, everybody has sort of fast forwarded that, and things we were going to see in 3 to 4 years, I think we've pretty much seen in 6 months. So that way, it's been a lot of work around adaptability. So just getting to the first question and just talking to you a bit about the whole program around Atmanirbhar Bharat and the Chinese app ban. Just what is the impact? What do you think that will do to create sort of a robust ecosystem in India? Do you think it will lead to now lot more apps coming up, similar to what you guys have set up and your sort of play?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great question. The government of India's vision for an Atmanirbhar Bharat that transcends across institutions, industries, ecosystems is invigorating. It's very exciting to see, because we're finally putting India first. And looking back at our history, one can't walk away without feeling inspired. There's so much that we've done in this country, and has such a rich history of invention and scientific progress. And with all the advancements in technology today, doors have opened for tremendous innovation, allowing everybody in this country to dream a lot bigger and create new things. And the market itself is about 600 million people that are using mobile data. That's huge. So the market is very big. And I think that the Indian startup ecosystem is also home to some fantastic founders. And you can see that innovative ideas that are very local for this market are being built. And also it comes with a fantastic and resilient spirit, one which is very, very important for founders to sort of jump through hoops and build brand new things and challenge the status quo. And I truly believe over the next 5-10 years, many industries in India will be reinvented, particularly ones that we think are least to change. New products will emerge, new business models will emerge, new means of distribution will emerge, and rising customer adoption will give rise to new products and new businesses built by Indians for Indians at scale. And we saw this happen in China as well. And today China has some of the biggest internet companies by scale and market cap, and no surprise, because they had a very strong home market through which they can grow. And we believe now we have that opportunity in India as well in a big way, with the Atmanirbhar mentality that we have in the country, and also with the Chinese app ban that frees up competition from some very important, crucial sectors in the Indian market.
Yeah, and I mean, I think to some extent, we can talk about the rise of protectionism, but many of the countries that have developed over the last, 50, 100 years since World War II have practiced that. If you look at the rise of the Japanese large giants, and you look at the Kiritsus and the Sosogu Soshas, you look at the Chinese also restricting some of the large apps not being allowed to operate in China. So to some extent, I think it was time for India, like you said, to put Indian companies first, Indian talent first. Also, it'll give a rise to a lot of the homegrown talent that we are sort of missing, whether it looking at app designers or whether you look at gaming. I mean, China's done extremely well. If you saw the 11/11 sales, China did $150 billion in that 1 week, right? Or from 1st to 11th of November. And some 3.9 billion packages were shipped, 625 million orders on that one day. I mean, just staggering data. And to be able to do that, we need to create that ecosystem here. And sort of, for us, also there's the other challenge, right? We have two Indias. There is a rural India and there's an urban India. And all of us sit in urban India and we think rural India is exactly like us, but it really doesn't look like us. People don't buy like us. They don't consume data like us, So just some thoughts on that, Kevin, and how do you see this divide being bridged by apps like yours and others that are coming up? Do you need a lot of vernacular, local? Just some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It's a great call out. There actually is not just two Indias, but I think there are 50 Indias. India is a country of so much diversity and not just in culture, but in language and so on and so forth. And it's very hard for one product to scale the masses. We really believe that building sort of one app that scales for everybody is not the way to go. One app will not transcend and sort of cater to all the diversity India actually has. And India has, something called the NCCS, which just came out recently last year, which is the new consumer classification system that classifies people through the education of the chief wage earner plus the spending power of the family. And you have E1, E2, E3, all the way down to E1, E2, E3. And so you can see the spread across the country is very large. And so we believe multi-apps, an app for a certain pocket of the market is the way innovation is going to happen. That's going to be in content, that's going to be in social, that's going to be in commerce, it's going to be in transportation, it's going to be logistics. We really believe that businesses and apps catering to a pocket of the country, in pocket of the market is the way the market will evolve. And we can see it happening today as well. And vertical communities dedicated to a pocket of the market is sort of very, very important, because in a market like India that's so big, even 5% or 10% of the market is 50 million people. Yeah. And so the market is so big that these vertical communities themselves are very large. And you can build very strong, exciting, fast-growing, big businesses in these vertical communities, given how big they actually are. And so we really believe multiple applications, each app that serves a pocket of the country, a vertical community with a certain job to be done that a customer has, is the mentality to sort of approach this market. And that's the way we're looking at Hike as well. We're building multiple products catering to different pockets of the market. And we can see that that's a fantastic approach, because if you're building for everybody, you're building for nobody. And India, given how diverse it is, you have to cater to the market with different products.
And so is the sort of solution multi-app and multi-language as well? Is vernacular going to be a big play? Because like you said, India has 50 Indias, maybe we don't need 50 languages, but you definitely need to have a vernacular play to be able to connect to the local, to as you move away from the metros and tier one cities, the local language has a huge play there. So is that something that you're thinking about as well, and you guys are working on?
Yeah, we are. Our approach to it is slightly different. We believe voice and video are big themes. And in many ways, they actually are the better solution, given how cheap 4G has become, to tackle language barriers. Because building a product that has a lot of vernacular content can become very messy very fast across 7 or 8 languages. So how do you solve that problem and transcend the barrier of language through voice and video? So we really believe those two channels and those two means of building a product are very, very important to transcend the barriers. And today in a market like India, where data is so cheap, where people are using 16 gigs of data a month, which is highest in the world, there's a lot of room for companies like us to innovate in building for mass market through voice and video.
And voice and video hasn't grown here as much as China. Any sort of reason why it is? Because we are very, very vocal people. We communicate a lot, but I don't see a lot of voice and video being used, unlike what you see in markets like China. Any thought around why that is there, or why the adoption is low? Is it because of some other obstacles to consumption, or is it people afraid to put up videos and talk about what would be some of the reasons that you are seeing on that?
I think video has taken off in all these content products in a pretty big way. But that's not social, that's content. There's a very sort of clear demarcation that we draw between content apps and social apps. Video and in voice and social has taken off because you have video calling and voice calling and all these products. But I also do believe that very little innovation has happened in the social sphere in the last 10 years. If you look at the world today, we are still using the same products we were using back in 10 years ago. And so I think this is why we're excited. There's so much for us to build upon, so much new technology that exists today, on top of which we can build and innovate for the market. A market like India that's mobile first, that's so diverse in its languages and cultures and so on. So we really believe the next 10 years, the next 5-10 years are going to be sort of the decade of social innovation, especially for markets like India that have so many challenges and obstacles in their everyday life.
And you talked a bit about the multi-app versus a super app, and I think just give us a bit more about why the super app now, because now with the sort of consolidation of pay wallets, your payment gateways, and your shopping online, we are still tilting towards a super app which takes care of everything rather than multi-app. So just talk a bit about what you see as the difference, and where do you, if we were having this conversation 3 years or 5 years, 5 years maybe too long, 3 years from now, where do you see that going?
Yeah, it's a great question and a great thought, and we're very clear. I think we have a very strong opinion about this, that super apps are not the way to go. And it's because early on we were building a super app, we scaled that to 30-40 million active customers, and when the market shifted, when all those constraints of expensive data, 2G, low-end smartphones, couldn't download too many applications, when those constraints disappeared, and the market became practically free 4G, unlimited 4G, fantastic smartphones. The smartphones themselves can now handle 70, 80 apps, even on a low to mid-end device. The smartphone itself becomes the super app. And customers don't want a super app on super. Number two is, India has evolved a lot more to the Western way of consumption than the Eastern way of consumption, because the market's been open to the West. We're very similar in consumption patterns, that one app should do no more than a couple of things. And super apps offer you many things, but it's a jack of all trades, master of nothing. And customers want products that do one thing, two things extremely well. And we've seen that in India as well. If you look at the top 15, 20, 30 apps in the App Store, you'll see exactly what I mean. And but businesses want to build a super app, because why wouldn't you want to control as much customer distribution as you want, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you want customer stickiness, right?
Absolutely. So you have to find the balance between how much you extend your product and business, and not compromise the core of the product. And so we really believe, given data has become so cheap, given smartphones have become so good at the low end, there's no need for a super app. Customers can download apps every day, try, delete, jump onto what they like. If they don't like it tomorrow, they can switch to another application. The constraints around which we were building 3-4 years ago has completely gone away. And in a super app, you have multiple cores, as we call it, that are unrelated to one another. You may have music, you may have gaming, you may have commerce, you may have news, you may have payments that have nothing to do with one another. And it'll be very tough for this app to compete with a gaming-only platform. It'll be very tough for this app to compete with a music-only platform. It'll be very tough for this app to compete with a commerce-only platform, because there are more pixels dedicated towards solving for one problem than 10 problems. And so, given the infrastructure has become so good in terms of data and smartphones, and consumers are so, the demand for content and services is so large that people want the best, and the best can't be served in a super app. And so we really believe the future is multiple applications that solve for one or two things each, and customers want that too. And businesses will still have to find ways to extend their products. Product extensions will happen. For example, a payments app would sort of verticalize into more payment-like products. Can that extension happen or not? If you look at people like Instagram today, a lot of brands and shopkeepers post photos about their produce on Instagram. So they've expanded that into Instagram commerce. So product expansion will continue to happen, but building a super app that has multiple cores is not the future. We're very clear about that.
That's some great points, especially with the cost of data coming down, the cost of mobile phones coming down, and people willing to experiment, right? I think there is, and it's almost expecting like one retailer to dominate the entire landscape. I mean, I just don't see that happening with 10 million kiranas in India. So that'll always be the mentality of Indian shoppers as well. Used to a lot of diversity, always shopping for value, always seeing if something better is out there where they can get a better deal. And I think that's some of the things. Anything in terms of, I mean, where do you see the habits and consumer behavior change of 2020? I mean, everybody says this is really the dawn of the truly social future. I mean, 2020 has been absolutely, I mean, you can't even imagine it if you were sitting back, a year ago, that we would be all locked in our homes and only consuming data and education and everything online, whether it's OTT or channels, etc. So how do you see this, and what are some of the insights that are likely to shape 21? Once the vaccine comes out, people are back out and about. They're no longer sitting at home for such long periods. And at some point, the fear of contagion is going to go away. How do you see that playing into consumer behavior, both for a social media perspective and for your apps and everything you're designing? I mean, are you building that into your thinking?
Yeah, absolutely. The COVID bump is just a big bonus that we're sort of happy to get. And the world will get back to normal in some form or fashion. But what this has done is it's given a taste to people of what is possible beyond what they would expect is possible. And for example, a lot of the youth, 18 to 24, especially now, post dinner time, post 9:30, 10 p.m., post family time, free. What do you do? And all of that for the last year has been stuck online. So they found ways to entertain themselves. They found ways to socialize themselves online and realized, oh my God, it's actually possible to hang out with your friends online while sitting at home.
Yeah, I mean, people are celebrating birthdays and anniversaries online, and everything is, where food is delivered to everybody's house and everybody opens the bottle at the same time or cuts the cake. So lots of new, but do you think many of these habits will stay? I mean, we are pretty social creatures, dying to go out. So how do you think some of this is going to impact, the apps that you develop, the stickiness of consumers? Because at some point, like you said, it's a bump, it is going to go down. But what will the new normal look like to you sitting in 2021? December 2021, what would you think that would look like?
I think the key insight over here is that I really believe the open-mindedness that people have had during this time will carry forward to 2021 and beyond. That's very, very important. Imagine asking people to celebrate their birthdays over a Zoom call in 2019. You'd look like a fool. In 2020, it was very normal. Yeah. People became very open-minded. And so I think that open-mindedness to do things online will carry forward into 2021, which is very, very important for consumers to adopt brand new products. And we think that is even more important for the mass India, because in tier 1 and beyond, infrastructure in India is very poor. It's not great. And if you go to smaller cities, you see that the airports are very, very fancy, but for 3, 4, 5 kilometers outside the airports is nothing there. And so the infrastructure to hang out offline is not very good, especially for the youth. Number 2 is the market's still pretty conservative. This is India at the end of the day. And social norms are still catching up. And so even if you were to socialize in the offline world and the infrastructure was good, the market is still conservative. And we really believe that the open-mindedness being carried forward in 2021 could be a very, very important psychological evolution that could help us solve and transcend these two challenges that we're talking about. And that's where the idea for Highland came, which is a virtual world, a magical and safe place to hang out online where relationships can be built on shared experiences, where people can be their funnest, most expressive self and make new friends. And so we're building on the insight of the fact that there are challenges in India, in the offline world. People want to go online. And because of the last 8 to 12 months, people suddenly also have this open-mindedness to try things online.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I believe it bodes really well for companies that are building online, especially social companies, for 2021 and beyond.
Well, fantastic. I think that's absolutely a spot on. I think the desire to experiment, to get online, I mean, these are all good to do, but people were like, still not able to do it or not willing to do it. And also paying online, people were very hesitant to pay online. There's been a huge growth in the M-wallets and e-wallets and people's ability to transact online. So that brings me to the next question, just in terms of Indian consumers' willingness to pay for social. Because I was at a panel a few months ago, pre-COVID, and one of the key opinion or KOLs told me that, while he was giving his advice for free, he had, thousands of subscribers. The day he started charging 100 rupees a month, he suddenly started getting hate mail and hate messages. So do you think that that trend will change here compared to a China or any other markets where a KOL can generate like 40 million viewings in 1 hour of the Singles Day sale? How do you see that changing? And do you think some of this lockdown has facilitated that as well?
Yeah, it's a great question. And what we've seen globally, Rajat, is every country evolved very differently. So the US evolved through the ad model. So all the big products and big companies have big ad businesses. But strangely enough, not until recently, most Chinese companies were non-ad driven. And the difference is that payments were seamless in the desktop era for China, but payments were not seamless in the desktop era for the US. And because microtransactions are very seamless since 2000 in China, the whole internet economy adapted that and grew around it. The ad business model only came 4 or 5 years ago with ByteDance pioneering it with their TikTok product. In the US, it's completely the opposite. Ads have dominated the market and transactions are finally suddenly coming up. In India, it's a bit of both because we have foreign companies from the West sort of bring their ad models over here, but in the last couple of years, payments have become seamless too, which means microtransactions are now very, very easy. And so we're big believers, by the way, in the microtransactional business model. We think that is the big model for this country that nobody's actually built a product or a business on at scale. And people consume 16 gigs a month in India. People are spending 7-8 hours on their smartphones daily. And offline experiences or time spent offline is slowly shifting online. Of course, it's happened more so with COVID. It's been a big catalyst for this to happen. And we're big believers that spending online follows increasing time spent online. So as you spend more and more time online, you start deriving your livelihood satisfaction not from the offline world, but from the online world. And when that happens, your pocket shifts online as well. And because payments have become seamless, enabling microtransactions, the question now is who can build the right product to deliver value to India? Because India is not necessarily money conscious. India is very value conscious. And for example, people want to buy shampoo, but they buy sachets of shampoo.
Yeah, so, 80% of shampoo sales still on sachets.
Yeah, so it's value and immediate value, not long-term value. Everyone wants shampoo, but people are willing to pay for the 2 rupee sachet for value right now. And so products have to be built with this in mind. And I feel like, again, this is one of those 10 poles that we're very excited about because the next 4, 5, 6, 10 years, we'll actually have businesses that are built on this idea of immediate value in microtransactions over the traditional ad-based business model. And so we're excited about this. We're excited about the idea of vertical communities that have businesses built around the idea of microtransactions. Because in a market like India, Rajat, we have scale. Imagine 20 million people paying you $50 a month. That's very possible.
Yeah, the scale here is the idea is absolutely right. Micro, and you also almost got to think like a sachet seller. How do I get this guy to consume a lot of sachets rather than pay for a bottle which costs 80 bucks or 100 rupees I'd rather pay for a 5 rupee sachet and derive 3 washes out of it. That's how the Indian consumer is thinking. Last question. I think we're running out of time. Just one last question. Where do you see this? Where do you see hike in the next 3 years in terms of the number of users, in terms of the overall value of the business? Any thoughts on that? How are you guys looking at the market?
So we believe there are 4 stages when it comes to any company or startup building of their business. There is user engagement, the early stage of the product. Once you figure that out, then there's user growth, which is stage 2, grow the user base. Then there's revenue, figuring out a business model, and there's profitability. And 2020 for us has been about figuring out how to understand what business models could work on our products. And I can tell you with quite a lot of excitement, we're at a place where we have a very good sense of what the business models will look like on our products. In 2021 and 2022 for us, it's about scaling these business models and generating revenue in the company. And 2022 and 2023, more like 2023, is when we aim to become profitable with the business. And because of all of what has happened the last 3-4 years, cheap 4G, very good smartphones at low ends, payments becoming seamless, advancements in technology enabling us to build brand new experiences, we can finally build products that are what I call future-proof. That for the next 3, 4, 5 years, we can build scale on. And more importantly, because the markets become so big, even focusing on a niche of 5%, 10% of the market, we can reach 50 million users and build very exciting businesses on even people paying us $0.50 a month. And so 3, 4, 5 years from now, we expect to have multiple products at scale and generating significant revenue, and also hopefully by 2023 and 2024, with at least a couple of products being profitable.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Kevin. I think we are, it's a great conversation, and it's absolutely amazing to see an Indian app dominate the market. Best of luck to you. We look forward to your multi-apps rolling out and hopefully spreading out through India. But thanks for your time. Really appreciate it. And over to you, Kavya.
Thanks, Ravi. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Kavan. Thank you very much, Rajat. I must admit a dynamic conversation over there. It turned out to be absolutely frothy towards the end with that beautiful analogy on the shampoo sachets. But most importantly, the way you shared the point on creating value, how Indians per se are seeking value, and also reinstating that conversation on the 3 Vs of voice, video, and vernacular. And of course, Kavan, you sharing Hike's plans on creating a future-proof future for yourself and the company. So thank you so much again, Kavan. Thank you very much, Rajat, for spearheading this conversation. Thank you for joining us at ETA BLC.
Thank you. Take care.
I must admit, ladies and gentlemen, seems like we're getting some appetizing set of perspectives from all of our speakers, and it's only getting better and better with every session. I do hope all of you are having a mighty good time as well, because up next, it's time to move and shift the gears towards celebrations. Now, if you may wonder, what are we talking about? Well, yes, it's time to get on our party hats and get into a celebratory mode. But while we were having these leadership sessions, it's also time to celebrate leadership in itself. So what we're going to do is actually bring on board a beautiful celebrity herself, a beautiful actress who's not just known and regarded for her words, but most importantly, her attitude towards life. So very soon we'll be getting into a celebratory mode and a lot more coming in. And I'm going to share all those details with you as we bring on board the beautiful Gohar Khan. So stay with us, and here we get started. All right. Well, we hope all of our attendees, all of you have managed to gather some interesting nuggets of insights from all of our stalwart speakers here at the Asian Business Leadership Conclave. And it's interesting to see how since the first session, since our keynote address, we managed to gather some beautiful viewpoints across the different industries, the industry's perspective, and what's in store for the future. So with that, while you're all staying with us, let's also shift the gears. And as I mentioned, it's now time to celebrate. But yes, if you're wondering what the celebration's about, just stay with us, because first up, to set the tone for the celebrations, it's only befitting that I now bring on board our beautiful guest who's joining us. We have with us Gohar Khan, who's always mesmerized us both with her beauty and her beautiful attitude towards her life, and also with the kind of roles and the choices of roles that she's played. So we'll have Gohar Khan joining us in just a couple of seconds to take forth this segment of the program. So here we go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be addressing you all, even if I do wish this was done in person. These are strange times, and no nation has escaped widespread disruption from COVID-19. But while the pandemic has affected nearly every country, its timing, the degree of its disruption, and the ability of countries to respond have varied significantly. Larger, developed nations have generally had the resources and infrastructure to weather the pandemic and provide a solid foundation for recovery. The less developed countries, including emerging Asian countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, began the crisis at a disadvantage and COVID-19 exposed and often heightened their challenges. But in every challenge lies an opportunity, for the night is the darkest just before the dawn. There lies a potential recipe for recovery, but stakeholders must be prepared to reimagine their country's economy as they lay the foundations for extended growth. Let us not forget that this last decade belonged to Asia, home to some of the world's fastest growing economies, boasting of major contributions to global growth. What we have seen in the last several months is there have been many devastating parts of COVID-19, the impact on lives and livelihoods, but we have also seen COVID as an incredible accelerator of change, accelerator of technology adoption. We've also seen COVID as a differentiator, frankly, differentiator between companies, between sectors, and of course, between leaders, distinguishing the true leaders from followers. This pandemic has seen leaders from all walks of life, be it industry, society, academia, or otherwise, go to the front line and spend lots of time energizing teams and connecting with them at a very personal level. And we saw collaboration and leadership and new technology and remote working adopted overnight. And the leaders we are about to highlight not only led from the front, but created a whole new level of performance, not just before the crisis, but even after the crisis engulfed us. These inspiring individuals are a part of the Economic Times' most promising business leaders of Asia, a unique galaxy of forward thinkers that talked the change, walked the change, and led the way for all.
Thank you very much, Gohar. I believe the kind of energy that you have shared, I think it's absolutely infectious, and it rightly sets a tone for the kind of leaders that we're about to felicitate right here at the Asian Business Leadership Conclave. But before that, let me also take our attendees through another very important segment of the Coffee Table Book launch. Now, with the promise of a new brand of leaders emerging from the rising nations of Asia, the future of the continent definitely looks very exciting. And the Economic Times is proud to acknowledge business leaders who are going to play an important part in shaping the business demographics of not just Asia, but also the world in the very near future. Now, this platform for trailblazers actually began in 2016 in Malaysia as an effort to bring incumbent and emerging Asian business leaders under one roof with the vision of a boundaryless Asia, and has now emerged as one of the most sought after regional business events. The third edition in Hong Kong, in fact, took a step closer towards the dragon as regional business and government leaders, including the Indian Prime Minister, Malaysian Prime Minister, and the Hong Kong CEO, lent their support and shared their ideas and vision for a unified Asia that takes giant strides forward towards greater world dominance. Now, last year's edition saw the platform engage in Singapore with a 2030 agenda uncovering the three important pillars of industry, interaction, and innovation. And this year, the Economic Times is expanding on these pillars along with leadership to ensure that Asia can usher in an era of rapid and inclusive growth in the region post the pandemic. So yes, indeed, with that, the fifth edition of the Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia Coffee Table Book will enlist the business visionaries and leaders behind many of today's outstanding corporate success stories. Now, these trailblazers who have stood out during the normal times and have expanded their business empire can collectively, with their superior intellect and economic prudence, steer the continent away from economic depression or avoid it from sinking to disastrous levels. Now, of course, we also took the help of our knowledge partner in order to enlist and shortlist our leaders over here. But on that note, I think it's only befitting that I once again welcome back Gohar Khan to unveil the Coffee Table Book for all of you. So if you're all set, I'm going to welcome back Gohar Khan again to do the honors and unveil the Coffee Table Book for all of us.
With the promise of a new brand of leaders emerging from the rising nations of Asia, the future of the continent looks very exciting. The Economic Times is proud to acknowledge business leaders who are going to play an important part in shaping the business demographics of not just Asia, but also the world in the very near future. This platform has evolved since its inception in 2016 into one of the most sought after regional business events. This year, the Economic Times is expanding on these pillars along with leadership to ensure Asia can usher in an era of rapid and inclusive growth in the region post the pandemic. The fifth edition of Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia coffee table book will immortalize the stories of business visionaries behind many of today's outstanding corporate success stories. These trailblazers who have stood out during normal times and have expanded their business empire can collectively, with their superior intellect and economic prudence, stir their continent towards a new growth trajectory. And now, let us dive further into their many stories of success.
I must admit that the coffee table book looks as powerful as the leaders that are being featured in it. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's now time to go ahead with the felicitations. In fact, these trailblazers who will be felicitated, I will be going in a particular sequence, and I will be sharing it with all of you. After all, the entire program that we're talking about is the 5th edition of Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia. You've already taken a good look at the coffee table book with the unveiling of it. But let's now go ahead and actually felicitate these amazing set of trailblazers and leaders who are actually making a difference with their leadership skills, with their pioneering entrepreneurial skills as well, and making a difference to the people and the organizations. So on that note, what we're going to do is first up begin in the following sequence of organizations, about 5,000 crore rupees that we're looking at. So let's go in a particular sequence. First up is 5,000 crores and above. Here we go.
Amitabh Ray, Managing Director, Ericsson Global Services.
At the outset, let me say how honored and extremely grateful I am to the Economic Times for nominating me as one of the most promising business leaders of Asia 2020-21. I accept it joyfully, both for myself and on behalf of all the people with whom I have worked over the years. This is not an individual recognition. This is also recognition to all those who have contributed in the pursuit of what I have achieved. Therefore, on behalf of all those who worked alongside me, I accept it with all humility. My corporate career began many years back as I started at the bottom of the pyramid. Throughout my career, I always wanted to stay relevant to the need of the society, organization, and my clients. I have never planned my future steps, always wanted to learn from the job, and always kept in mind that I need to be honest to my work to do my best and don't worry about the rest. The art of relevancy and the ability to put a context to things helped me. With these words, I would like to end my speech here. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of you for the honor. This day I will truly cherish ever.
Anand Agarwal, Group CEO, Sterlite Technologies Limited.
Arvind Mehendirata, MD and CEO, Metro Cash and Carry India. Today, I'm really honored and humbled to be conferred an award for being one of the most promising business leaders in Asia by the Economic Times. But this is not just an honor for me, but an honor for thousands of our employees working across all our stores in the country. These are the people who have been working very diligently to live up to our purpose of being the champion for small independent business. This purpose is what differentiates Metro from the rest of our competitors. In India, over the last several years, we have been focused in terms of transforming the company from being a brick and mortar B2B player to an omni-channel player focused on making the Kiranas more successful. The end purpose is to make the Kiranas help grow their top line, their bottom line, and also improve their cash flows. And we offer a bouquet of services to make this happen. As a result of this, we've also seen a significant growth in our business, and all this has been profitable growth. This shift in our strategy has also led to handsome business growth. Our business with Kiranas has grown by 25-30% on like-for-like basis over the last 12-18 months. As a result of this transformation, we've also been able to turn the corner and become profitable after being in the red for almost 15 years. And we have been making profits now for almost 3 years in a row. We believe there's a huge headroom for growth, and we are very confident and excited about our future in India. Finally, I would again like to thank Economic Times for conferring this award onto me. Thank you.
Sharvil Patel, Managing Director, Zydus Cadila.
I would like to thank the Economic Times for this award. This recognition is for the 25,000 Zydans working across the globe tirelessly to offer innovative drugs, vaccines and therapeutics. In the 25th year of our organization, this award means a lot to us. As an organization, our mission is to bridge the unmet medical needs of the patients and to make sure that through innovations we can bring better patient outcomes and better quality of life. We will continue to make a difference with our efforts on research, products and services, and make sure that we stay true to our motto of dedicated to life in all its dimensions. Thank you.
Hardayal Prasad, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, PNB Housing Finance.
I am both happy and humble to receive this prestigious honor at the 5th edition of the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia 2021. My sincere thanks to the Economic Times and the esteemed jury for bestowing this award on me. I accept it with all humility and gratitude on behalf of PNB Housing Finance. I would also like to thank all my colleagues at PNB Housing Finance for their unwavering trust and support. Their hard work, sacrifice, and dedication have inspired me to steer PNB Housing Finance towards growth, profit, and stability. If this award represents anything, it is our collective spirit and desire to see PNB Housing Finance scale greater heights of success. I'm also proud of the core values of PNB Housing Finance, which are people-first approach, customer centricity, and ethical customer standards that we practice each and every day in the organization. At this moment, I would like to add that I'm indeed grateful to all our stakeholders, be it our customers, shareholders, and business associates alike, for their continuous support and belief in our core values that support the growth of our brand. This award is a testimony to the ingenuity and brilliance of corporate India and the talented leaders and managers who make great business ideas come true. This honor will have a special place in our organization and in my heart. Thank you. Stay safe, stay strong.
Abhijit Pati, Chief Executive Officer and Whole-Time Director, Bharat Aluminium Company.
Thank you very much for recognizing me with this prestigious award. Today we are living in a very exciting transformed business environment where India has emerged as the change maker in the global economic scenario. In my stint of last 30 years as a strategy maker in the aluminium industry, I have seen a huge transformation in this sector. From greenfield project to investing in innovation and emerging technologies, India is already becoming the new focal point of business activities. If we see Balco's journey, it is one of the country's top producer of aluminium. It alone produces nearly 15% of the country's aluminium, establishing the country on a global metal forum, supplying aluminium to evolved markets for sophisticated application. Balco has contributed in positioning aluminium as the metal for the future. In the global market, it has produced best-in-class value-added products for aerospace, energy security, national defense, automobile, infrastructure, electricity, transmissions, distribution, and many other ancillary applications. Balco supports critical emerging sectors like electric vehicles, modern construction, and other ancillary segments. We make the vision of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat a ground reality. We have a long way to go in metal and mining sector, and Balco has been leading country with a progressive, future-ready roadmap, responsibility and sustainability in every sphere of its activity. My thanks once again to the Economic Times team for this wonderful recognition. It reaffirms our commitment to serve our country, customer, and communities with even greater vigor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pankaj Vyas, CEO and MD, Siemens Technology and Services Private Limited.
It is truly a great honor for me to receive the award from Economic Times for Most Promising Business Leader of Asia. I firmly believe in the power of collaboration, agility, innovation, and customer-centric attitude to create significant value for all the stakeholders in business. This recognition is not just for me, but for all my colleagues who share the same passion to apply the technology and solve the real-world problems, not just for today, but for also tomorrow. Thank you, Economic Times, for this recognition, as this will greatly motivate me and my colleagues to continue to dare to dream and create significant value going forward. Thank you.
Dr. G.R. Chintala, Chairman, National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development.
We are the apex financial institution striving for the agriculture and rural development in the country. I am honored and thank Times of India and ETH for choosing me for this coveted award. I had taken over the charge during the pandemic period, which had crippled the entire economy of this country, and also many of the nations were crippled. But here I can say that we converted this kind of a risk into the opportunity, and we started delivering goods to the people who are in need of the credit. Now, as a part of this one, we have given more than 30,000 crores of credit to the short-term operations beyond what the 90,000 crores which we are delivering. Likewise, we have relaxed most of the norms to the banking institutions which are working at the ground level so that the credit can be pervaded to the rural people with much ease. At the same time, I must assert that NABARD is doing quite a lot of work in creating a kind of a viable infrastructure at the ground level, which aids in production of crops and also make them to aggregate and also give the creating the marketing infrastructure. Now here I would like to say that NABARD is involved in the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund in a big way, which is creating the irrigation structures and also the connectivity structures. NABARD's efforts in creating the cold storages and also the logistic supports is giving a better remuneration to the farmers.
Mohit Ralhan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer, TIW Private Equity.
I am humbled and thank Economic Times
and everyone who has been involved with me in my journey. This is the second consecutive year I have been selected for this award, which gives me immense pleasure and a great motivation to become better in whatever I am doing. TIW is a buyout private equity fund based in Delhi, India, with margin expansion as the primary return driver. Essentially, we take controlling stakes in those companies where there is significant scope of margin expansion through increasing capital and labor productivity. We work closely with the founders and management teams and act like an operating consultant to help and guide these companies in increasing their margin profile. The partnership works really well as the entrepreneurs, who are the domain experts, put their energies to achieve superior growth, and TIW as an operating consultant works on the horizontals to make the company more efficient and productive. It's close to 2 decades now, and I have seen 5 funds across economic cycles. I believe structured board strategies and policy of acting on bad news first, along with 360-degree feedback mechanism, has been a big reason for success across market cycles. This is an honor and privilege and a great motivator to work harder so that we continue to make a positive impact on the lives of entrepreneurs and the employees of our portfolio companies and society at large. Thank you.
I believe it's time to take the inspiration forward. Now, those were the leaders who belong to the organizations with turnover of more than 5,000 crore rupees. And now we will be featuring our next set of promising leaders who belong to organizations with turnover of 1,000 to 5,000 crore rupees. Here we go.
Akash Chaudhary, MD, Akash Educational Services Limited.
I'm elated and excited to be nominated for the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leaders in Asia 2020. I'm really thankful for the jury and for the panel for this nomination. Akash Institute was started back in 1988 with just about 12 students by our founder, Mr. J.C. Chaudhary. And ever since in the last 30 years, Akash has become a very important and a household name in the field of education as far as test prep for medical and IT entrance are concerned. In last 30 years, we have done a long journey starting from a small classroom to a network of over 200 centers in India, teaching more than 250,000 students annually. Today, we are not only offering programs in our classroom programs, but also with the changing times, we are offering programs in digital as well as in hybrid offerings. The cornerstone of Akash's success has been his academic pedagogy, and year after year, fantastic results that our students have produced at the back of the talented teachers that we have and the academic pedagogy that we give to our students. I'm truly honored to be part of this prestigious award and to be counted amongst some of the most distinguished and honored people who have made a significant impact in their own industries. Thank you so much.
Lovedeep Singh, MD and CEO, Wunderman Thompson MSc.
I would like to extend my gratitude to the Economic Times Group for felicitating me in this event today. Economic Times is known for its leadership position in the business world, so it's an absolute honor to be a part of this felicitation. Also, a big shout out to everyone who has worked behind the scenes to make this event happen, especially considering the current times. As an organization, Wunderman Thompson MSc is the largest agency-owned marketing services company in the world, providing cutting-edge technology-powered integrated production services to our customers globally. We provide best-in-class solutions to deliver digital and content production services using our proprietary production platforms and strategies designed to provide executional excellence and efficiencies. Our 2,000 plus employee base spread across 12 delivery locations provides us with a global scale to operate. Our model has been embraced by the leading brands in the world and has earned us the recognition for our distinct value proposition. Thank you.
Anshu Budhraja, Chief Executive Officer, Amway India.
I would like to thank the Economic Times for honoring me with this recognition. Given the situation we all find ourselves in, This acknowledgement is both humbling and exciting. I've always believed people are at the core of all businesses, and our mindset has to be people first and people always. This award is a testimony to all our associates, our partners, and our independent micro entrepreneurs for the united spirit and the growth mindset which has helped us turn challenges into opportunities this year. Amway's growth strategy is underpinned by 3 significant mega trends, which is the rise of the gig economy, increasing awareness towards self-care and health-conscious consumers, and finally, rise of online communities of people with similar passions and interests. These trends continue to light the path of our journey for the next 10 years, unleashing entrepreneurship with social commerce. We will continue to live our purpose of helping people live better, healthier lives every single day. Once again, thank you very much.
Molloy Banerjee, Head Gases South Asia, Linde South Asia Services Private Limited.
I want to take this opportunity to thank the Times of India and ET Edge for this prestigious recognition. It is indeed a matter of honor and privilege to be counted amidst such industry stalwarts. 2020 has been an unprecedented year for entire mankind. For Linde, there are several reasons that makes it memorable. The Linde Group, with a history of over 130 years, is a leading industrial gases and engineering company, and this year we grew larger and stronger through our global merger with Praxair. Whilst the integration process was underway, the COVID pandemic brought the world to a standstill. As one of the largest manufacturers of medical oxygen for South Asia, we put our best foot forward to join the frontline forces combating the pandemic. Across departments and teams, we had to go beyond the call of duty in several occasions to save human lives. In just 6 months during the pandemic, we have journeyed over 5.6 million kilometers to deliver 100,000 tons of medical oxygen to hospitals across the country and executed several installations in record time. Unfortunately, the COVID challenges are far from being over, and we remain committed in this fight. I want to thank every member of Team Linde, especially my frontline workers who have been instrumental in upholding the goodwill of the organization and making us worthy of this recognition. Thank you once again, and congratulations to all the other winners tonight.
Anup Rao, MD and CEO, Future Generali India Insurance Company Limited.
Thank you so very much for the honor, and with great humility and gratitude, I accept the same. A leader is only as good as his or her team, and this award is nothing but testimony to the kind of work our employees and partners put in every single day. Leading Future Generali India Insurance Company is a privilege, and I would like to thank all the employees for having given me an opportunity today to represent them on this platform. I would also like to thank the organizers for having put this event together and wish the evening and the function all success. Thank you.
Girish Kowski, MD and CEO, Canfin Homes Limited.
I thank Times Group for considering me as one of the contenders for Most Promising Business Leader Asia 2020. At Conclave, we believe in customer service, both internal and external. Conclave is a mid-sized housing finance company with market cap of close to 6,000 crores and book of 21,000 crores. Conclave has helped build India for over 3 decades in funding housing to customers and also build housing stock. It has helped customers realize their dreams of owning a home. At Conclave, we focus on 4 key parameters: liquidity, growth, profitability, and asset quality. Conclave has created wealth for investors and stakeholders. Going forward, Conclave will ensure to add value to investors, shareholders, and all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Pankaj Bhardwaj, Vice President and General Manager, Avery Dennison India Private Limited.
I want to thank Economic Times for recognizing me as the most promising business leader of Asia. Avery Dennison is a global material science and manufacturing company that specializes in labeling, graphics, and RFID solutions. Our products are an integral part of the packaging and cut across consumer and industrial product category that provide decoration as well as bring supply chain efficiency. Since starting our operation in the country 20 years back, we have been continually expanding our footprints and have been investing to bring global technologies to the country. I want to attribute this award to a passionate team which has been innovating as well as serving the customers relentlessly in the last 20 years. Special mention to the team's efforts during the pandemic times when we were able to serve customers with the products that go into essential goods and serve the humanity well. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Ashok Jaipuria, CMD, Cosmo Films. Established in 1981, Cosmo Films has grown to be a major global leader in specialty films for packaging, labeling, and synthetic paper. On the back of innovative products and sustainability solutions, Cosmo Films has partnered with the world's leading F&B and personal care brands to enhance consumers' experience.
It is an honor to be recognized as a business leader by Economic Times in Asia. Values and ethics are tested at every decision-making level in Cosmo Films. We are very confident of growth in the very near future, particularly with all our diversifications and addition of a polyester film line. Thank you.
Dhirup Roy Chaudhary, MD and CEO, HIL Limited.
It gives me great pleasure in accepting the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leader Award of Asia for the 3rd consecutive time. I thank Economic Times for recognizing and honoring the CXOs who steer the companies forward just like a captain of a ship. It is all the more relevant to have received this award in a time such as this, where there is economic slowdown across the world. I take pride in saying that HIL, both in its Indian operations and Europe, have taken and converted this crisis into an opportunity in rethinking the way we do business and are growing profitably. Backed by some great brands and a committed team, we are happy to have sailed through this storm beautifully. Thank you once again, Economic Times, and thank you, my HIL team. Stay safe. Namaste.
Harish Kohli, President and Managing Director, Acer India.
I would like to thank ETH for the great honor and its true privilege to accept the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leader of Asia award. It's been a remarkable journey for me as I spent 21 years with Acer India. Acer, 44 years old company, started in '76 when the first wave of digitization started, and the direction set by the promoters was empowering people and to make sure that you are able to offer latest products at affordable price. It worked so well at that stage, and it worked so well at the second wave of digitization which has happened during the course of this pandemic. Acer India has completed 21 years, and over these 21 years, we've worked on many of the prestigious projects of the Government of India for digitization. And during the course of the last few years, we've also worked on as far as the gaming part of the products are concerned. I would like to once again thank ET Edge for giving me this award, which is testament to the effort put in by my team. Thanks to my team for doing a great job all the time. I also take this opportunity to thank my wife, who has stood with me over the last 36 years of my professional life. She's been a great strength to me, and I've worked as a bouncing board. And the last, I would also like to thank my daughter, whose desire of his father to do better and better all the time makes me do better as the time progresses. Thank you.
Deepak K. Chabria, Executive Chairman, Finolex Cables.
I would like to convey my special thanks to the Economic Times Edge for selecting me as one of the promising business leaders of Asia 2020-2021, and I am grateful to be the recipient of this award. Our company, Finolex Cables, is India's leading electrical and communication cable company. The brand is more than 6 decades old and built over quality and safety. The company has a wide range of wire and cable products serving the agriculture, automobile, real estate, telecommunication and power sectors. We've had technology transfers and joint ventures with leading companies of the globe like AT&T, Lucent Technologies, Sumitomo, Corning, NSW, etc. The company has grown tremendously due to the trust placed on us by our customers, and this recognition by Economic Times further cements this trust as our products work behind the scenes to protect our customers and their families. On behalf of Finolex, I thank Economic Times for this facilitation and recognition bestowed on Finolex Cables and me. Thank you.
Sandeep Singh, Managing Director, Tata Hitachi Construction Machinery.
I feel humbled with the recognition. This strengthens my and my team's resolve to convert challenges into opportunities and build a better nation for tomorrow through our products, services, and solutions. Tata Hitachi is in the business of providing reliable solutions for building infrastructure of our country, be it roads, railways, coal mining, smart city, or irrigation. I joined Tata Hitachi in 2015. At that time, we were going through a tough time as construction equipment industry was on a decline and Indian economy had just begun to improve. We brought our focus back to customer satisfaction by improving the quality of our products and services. Most importantly, we rekindled the motivation level of a team, instilled in them a burning desire to serve a customer better. 2017-18 was by far a best year for us when we posted net profit after 5 successive years of losses.
Pankaj Bansal, Director, M3M India.
I'm extremely thrilled to get the award of the most promising business leader. I would want to thank you, Economic Times, and the entire jury for selecting me for this award. We at M3M believes in customer satisfaction and customers' drive. Whatever promises at the group level which we make, we have delivered them and we have overachieved them. Also, real estate is a very, very important sector for our economy. It is one of the largest employment generator. In this sector, we have been performing continuously. Even during the pandemic situation, M3M has overcome all its promises. Once again, thank you, jury, for selecting me as the leader. Thank you.
Kawaljit Java, MD and CEO, Daikin India. Mr. Matthew Job, CEO, Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited.
First, I would like to thank the Economic Times for this recognition of Crompton as one of the most promising businesses of Asia. We have the unique distinction of being a 5-year-old company but an 85-year-old brand. We have over these last 5 years strengthened our leadership position in India in fans and residential pumps by gaining more market share than any other company. In lighting and water heaters, we have moved from being a number 5 to being a number 2 or number 3. We have become the most profitable company in the Indian consumer electrical space. If you look at some key productivity measures, we are now by far the best in the industry. Our returns on capital employed at 50% is also an industry benchmark. Now, these are massive achievements for a company which is only 5 years old. The fact that we have won this recognition shortly after the 5th anniversary of our foundation day makes it even more special. It has been made possible by the extraordinary commitment and energy of every one of my team members. I am pleased to accept this recognition on their behalf. Thank you all once again.
Vikram Rana, Group Chairman and CEO, Red Ridge Global.
I wanted to thank our organizer for organizing this great event. It has been a great happiness to be part of this event. We're very proud and we wish to join more events and working with our media partners. I'm a CEO of Red Ridge Global, which operates out of USA, Canada, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Ningbo, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Singapore and Thailand, and our great part of growth is in India. India has been our main priority. We wanted to move a lot of production into India, which we have been very successful doing that. We have great distribution in India, which covers offline, online, small town, villages. We want to ensure our products gets to every child in India. Our success story in India has been off charts. We were valued at $500 million last year. We want to continue growing our company in India. We want to continue building products in India for India market, and we hope our dream will be very successful. I appreciate everyone's help. I thank everyone for supporting us and believing in us, and we hope to continue our brand, our production in India. Thank you very much.
Dr. Robert Yap, Executive Chairman, YCH Group.
I'm Robert Yap, Executive Chairman of YCH Group. We are the leading supply chain solutions partner to many world-class multinational companies across Asia. A Singapore homegrown enterprise since 1955 and owner of the Singapore's logistics icon, Supply Chain City, that showcases the future of supply chain in Asia. Our asset-right strategy makes us build a network of smart, agile logistics infrastructure across 16 countries in Asia, the most recent being Vietnam Superport, which was launched by the two Prime Ministers of Vietnam and Singapore. With passion and my personal love affair with IT, we continue to innovate and enhance end-to-end solutions to empower offline, online business transformation for not just the big corporations, but also and especially to level the playing field for the small and medium enterprises. The pandemic has accelerated digital transformation, smart commerce, and connectivity, and countries, enterprises, and people need to transform. We must create the right jobs for the new economy and the new normal, and upskill and reskill our workforce to be relevant and future ready. Together, we will emerge stronger. Thank you, Economic Times, for this recognition, and to everyone, stay well and take care.
Well, congratulations indeed so far to all of our most promising leaders who are being felicitated across different segments. On that note, we'll also go ahead and move on to felicitating our next set of leaders who belong to organizations with turnover of 100 to 1,000 crores. I must admit, it's actually interesting and wonderful indeed to hear from these leaders on how they would want to thank their teams or for that matter, all the people who have come together to make it happen for them. So it's wonderful to hear from them and also understand how the business is transforming. So let's keep that inspiration on for our next segment, wherein we move on to felicitating these leaders belonging to organizations with the turnover of 100 to 1,000 crores. Here we go.
Sam Halford, Managing Director, EQ India, Equinity India.
My name is Sam Halford and I am the Managing Director of Equinity India based in Chennai and Bangalore. I would like to thank Economic Times for making this award. It is very important and I thank them very much. Equinity India was formed in 2014 with 100 staff and has grown in the past several years to over 1,000.
Sanjeev Deshpande, Managing Director, Intelligence India Software Solutions Private Limited.
Thank you, Economic Times, for this kind award. This recognition is not only for me, but this is for all of our employees and my entire team. Intelligence India is part of Intelligence Group, which is based out of Germany, and we are known for our SAP skill sets around the world. We are part of Entity Data Group, which is our ultimate parent. We are one of the platinum partners for SAP. In India, we started in 2013 with just 5 people, and today we are around 1,800 people known for our SAP expertise, our industry and product and technology expertise. We have been contributing to the successful digital transformation journey of many of our customers in India, and we also have been fortunate to work with some government initiatives. Really appreciate the recognition, Economic Times. This will not only keep me going, but also will continue to inspire my entire team to do more for our customers, for each other, to our community, and obviously for our nation. Thank you so much again, and wish the best for everybody. Thank you.
Dr. N. Mohan, Executive Director and CEO, Clarks India.
I would like to, at the outset, thank the Times of India Group for this recognition. I am both elated and deeply honored to share the dais with some of the most innovative visionaries of Asia. Thank you, Times of India. Clarks, as you all know, is a quintessential British footwear founded in 1825. Superior quality with style, comfort, and shoe perfection is at the center of everything we do in our business. 2019 has been an excellent year for all of us, for the Clarks India team. We grew the business by about 45%. Unfortunately, COVID this year has hurt us too. But being an aspirational brand, we will bounce back, I'm sure, much faster. Now on my career front. In my career, spanning over 3.5 decades, I had the privilege of working across various global locations in a wide spectrum of roles in this industry. Right from a techno-commercial professional in exports to working in high fashion and now in retail and brand building in Clarks India. My journey has given me immense opportunities to mentor some of the brightest young professionals and be a part of social initiatives like women empowerment. Now, I'm very excited to be involved with Clarks at this juncture, where India features on the list of key growing markets. Moreover, being recognized by the ET as ET's Best Brand 2020 earlier this year was another proud moment for all of us. These awards and recognitions go a long way in building trust of employees and customers alike and motivate the entire organization to do better every day. To conclude, I would like to mention a famous quote by Simon Sinek, the person whom I admire. A boss has the title, but a leader has the people. With this, I conclude, and I thank you once again, the Times of India Group, for conferring this recognition on us. Thank you very much, and namaste.
Vineet Gautam, CEO and Country Head, Bestseller South Asia, Bestseller Retail India Private Limited.
I'm honored to have received this recognition from the Economic Times. The past 10 years with Bestseller and the last 20 years in retail have been nothing short of a whirlwind. I feel truly humbled to be recognized for my contribution to the retail industry, and furthermore, it encourages me to give my best every single day. Thank you.
Mr. Amit Kansal, CEO and MD, Senvian Wind Technology Private Limited.
I am very honored to be recognized by Economic Times as a promising business leader in Asia. This award could not be possible without the dedicated and hard-working team at Senvian. I firmly believe that any leader is as good as the team he leads. I'm glad that ET has recognized the good work we are doing at Senvian in creating solutions for a sustainable planet. And this award will further motivate me and my entire team to continue to the good work we are doing. Thank you very much.
Sridhar Dharmarajan, Executive VP, Manufacturing Intelligence Division, Hexagon India and Managing Director, MSC Software, Indo-Pacific, MSC Software Corporation India Private Limited.
Namaskar. I want to thank the Economic Times for bestowing the award of Promising Business Leader of Asia and for providing me a platform to address such an august audience. In the 3 decades of my career, I've been fortunate enough to see our country transform through multiple phases, and I believe that the changes are only beginning to accelerate. Today, entire India is at the cusp of glory, and the Indo-Pacific region is also seeing tremendous growth. We are a strength to reckon with on multiple fronts. We see an acceleration of technology, innovation, value, and wealth creation in the region. Like to surprise the world by jumping into the mobile revolution, we can do the same by combining our strengths of software skills with manufacturing to foster the next
industrial revolution. I want to thank my organization Hexagon, whose vision is to empower an autonomous future, for entrusting me with the operational freedom to help Indian industries progress towards smart manufacturing, smart vehicles, and even smart agriculture, contributing in our small way to accelerate progress. Finally, none of this would have been possible without the rock-solid support and inspiration from my wife Sudha, who has continuously supported and challenged me to reach where I am today throughout our journey together. I thank you all once again.
Kritarth Raja, founder and chairman, AIC Infrastructures Private Limited.
AIC Infrastructures Private Limited is focused on aviation infrastructure projects such as construction of runways, taxiways, apron, parking bays, and all other related civil work related to aviation infrastructure projects. I would like to thank Economic Times for honoring me with this Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia 2020. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Sanjay Dutt, CEO, Tata Realty and Infrastructure.
I'm delighted with the recognition from Economic Times for the Business Leader Asia Award for 21. Tata Realty is a real estate development company present across real estate segment, including office, retail, residential, and hospitality. We have delivered close to 32 million square feet in the last 36 years and currently executing 20 projects with 10 to 11 million square feet under various stages of development. We are increasing our footprint across new segments, which includes office and data centers. The organization is known for its commitment and focus on customers and providing solution to the customers. We are very sensitive about sustainability, quality, transparency, and trust. And we believe recognition and motivation such as this will only help me perform my best and do even better.
Murli Krishna Ganamani, Managing Director and CEO, Fluent Grid Limited.
I very much appreciate the Economic Times management and team for this Asia-wide initiative to identify the most promising business leaders. And thank you for choosing me as one among these distinguished leaders. Very humbled with this recognition, indeed. We at Fluent Grid started out as a power utility software products company over 2 decades ago from a small city called Vizag, Visakhapatnam, but of course with big aspirations, known as the City of Destiny. City has grown rapidly, and so do we, with 1,000+ core team and customers across 5 continents now. And along the way, we contributed to the growth of the city in terms of employment, industry leadership, and so on, besides giving back to the society through our CSR initiatives. We also made our mark in digital infrastructure segment with our intelligence platform-based command control centers, especially for smarter cities. Today, our products and solutions are helping the utilities around the world serve over 70+ million power consumers, impacting the lives of close to 200 million people, sometimes spanning entire states and even countries. So this recognition is truly a moral booster to me and my team, who have been working hard to keep our commitments to our customers despite the pandemic-induced difficulties. It helps us stay focused and do more for customer success and the society at large. Thank you.
Rajesh Mirjankar, MD and CEO, Infrasoft Technologies Limited.
I am deeply honored and I wish to thank the Economic Times Committee for this prestigious award. I wish to take this opportunity to thank my family for their support at all times. This has been possible only due to the vision of Infrasoft Tech founders and the guidance of the board of directors. It is my privilege to have a team of infrapreneurs who with their passion and hard work have converted every crisis into opportunities. I also wish to thank our 500 plus customers across 55 countries, whose patronage and support has helped us be market leaders in digital banking solutions, core banking solutions and RegTech solutions globally. This award will certainly motivate me to work harder and take Infrasoft Tech to new heights with our continuous innovations. Thank you.
Vivek Tiwari, MD and CEO, Satya Micro Capital Limited. Sunil Subramaniam, Managing Director, Sundaram Asset Management.
I'm extremely honored and grateful for being chosen as one of the most promising business leaders of Asia by the Economic Times. Coming from a prestigious business media house as Economic Times, it is indeed gratifying to receive this recognition. This recognition comes to me because the company under my leadership, Sundaram Mutual, has made great strides and is one of the most respected brands in the fund management industry in India. The company has taken a lead by being one of the most retail in terms of branch presence, customer base and distributor base, as well as taking the lead on the digital front. And we are among the top asset management companies in terms of followerships on various social media channels. The achievement was crowned last year with a very super successful new fund offering of 650 crores of our blue chip fund, which was almost 60% digital. Hence, we are happy to be leading the digi retail revolution in this country.
Nayan Raheja Developers Limited.
Thank you, Economic Times, for recognizing me as one of the most promising business leaders in Asia for 2020-2021. Our commitment to our customers' delight can be seen in our 30 years of trailblazing track record of having delivered over 8,000 units. We were the first company in NCR to launch and deliver the first projects in Manesar, on Dwarka Expressway, on National Highway 8, in Sona, and on Golf Course Extension Road. We also have other various firsts to our name, like having built the tallest tower of Gurgaon, the tallest tower of Delhi, the largest and the highest sky bridge in India, and a socially responsible, first of its type, slum rehabilitation project in New Delhi in public-private partnership mode with the Government of India, which is directly going to affect the lives of over 20,000 people. My vision is to create an iconic and path-breaking lifestyle in each development that we do, and one that is in complete harmony with our Mother Earth by being environmentally responsible and sustainable. We want to give back to this society and this earth and be immortalized in each one of our developments. We are happy to serve you, backed by the strength and the trust of over 15,000 customers, now and always. Come and join us in this mission towards a brighter India. Lastly, it's an important milestone for me personally to have been recognized by an important industry body such as Economic Times. For me, this is not an achievement but a responsibility, and one that encourages us to give our best to our customers. Thank you very much.
Balaji Vishwanathan, Managing Director and CEO, Explio Solutions.
I would like to thank the Economic Times and this panel for selecting me for this felicitation. It has been a great journey for me over the last 2 years in this role as Managing Director of Explio Solutions. We have been able to transform ourselves and adapt to the digital journey which our customers are looking forward to. And from a mere 9% of our business coming from digital services to close to 22% this year, and the future trends that we are able to capitalize with our investments and the focus that we have been able to drive towards our client success is what has helped us in riding the wave even during the current pandemic. We're looking forward to more such success and adding value to our clients. And I would like to once again take this opportunity to thank Economic Times for this felicitation. This is the inspiration and encouragement that helps us and our teams to further the interests of our clients and for ourselves. Thank you so much. Take care. Stay safe.
Jaya Murugan Nagalingam, Managing Director, SNJ Sugars. Nitin Shah, CMD, Allied Digital.
I feel honored to be recognized by Economic Times as the most promising business leader of Asia Pacific for the year 2021. I have spent 43 years in IT industry and running Allied Digital for last 36 years. We are 2,000 plus people organization with presence in 70 countries. Since the beginning of the year, we created a new business model named as disruption driven due to a drastic change in technology landscape without anticipating the COVID pandemic. However, COVID pandemic has accelerated our business model to address newer challenges of our clients in this so-called new normal. As a master system integrator, we build smart cities, provide IT infrastructure management services, and are positioning ourselves as a global digital transformation architect. In pre-COVID era, many clients did digital transformation as a choice to remain ahead of its competition. However, now COVID pandemic has made it compulsive for all the businesses to undergo digital transformation, and this has resulted into a huge opportunity for us. In fact, our business has actually increased during pandemic, and now we are recruiting more than 500 people in this quarter. Thanks.
Vilas Shinde, Chairman and Managing Director, Sahyadri Farms.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Economic Times, and the organizers for considering Sahyadri Farms and Vilas Shinde for this prestigious award. Sahyadri Farms started as a farmer movement in 2011 as a farmer producer company with the clear vision that how we can make farming profitable and sustainable for the small and marginal farmers from Nasik and surrounding area, and also how we can cater international customers for safe, healthy, affordable farm foods. As an organization, now we have established ourselves as a leading horticulture sector company with India's largest grape exporter, India's largest tomato processor, with 10,000 farmers as a part of the Sahyadri Farms family with 25,000 acre area, and also catering to 42 countries for horticulture, fresh and processed products. Sahyadri has now crossed 2 lakh metric ton fruit and vegetable handling capacity per annum, and now we are having more than 80 horticulture crops in our portfolio. Sahyadri has established an integrated infrastructure on 60-acre campus in last 6 years, and company is now moving towards becoming the integrated value chain of horticulture farmers, which will follow the Amul model in coming years. Thank you.
Rajesh Thakur, CEO, Motherson Sumi Infotech and Designs Limited, MIND.
MIND is a 2-decade-old company, a part of technology and industrial solution vertical of Motherson Group. First, I would like to thank Economic Times for this recognition. It is truly a moment of pride to be featured as one of the most promising leaders of Asia 2020. The journey to this special milestone has been possible due to all the brilliant people I have worked with over the last 28 years. I feel privileged to be part of Motherson Group, through which I have absorbed a strong value system of creating value for our key stakeholders, our employees, our customers, our investor, and society at large. Living these values while driving business decisions every day is a blessing, and I'm thankful to the entire Motherson ecosystem for the same. This is an exciting time to be a tech CEO. It is true now, more than ever, that beyond tradition, we must respect innovation, and this enables us to prioritize innovation and use the same to do more for our customers and our partners. Thank you again, Economic Times, for this honor. And I would like to end this, one of my favorite quotes: if not us, who? If not now, when? Thank you very much.
Mr. Amit Lahoti, Managing Director, Ball Beverage Packaging India Private Limited.
Hi, my name is Amit Lahoti. I lead the beverage packaging business for Ball Corporation in India and in Southeast Asia. Ball Corporation is the largest packaging company founded in 1880. Ball's beverage cans are lightweight, 100% infinitely recyclable, durable, and more versatile than ever. In the region, we have 2 manufacturing facilities in India, 1 in Myanmar, and JVs in Thailand, Vietnam, and South Korea. Sustainability is the core of how we do business. In a world which is increasingly resource constrained, I feel proud to be working for Ball as our beverage cans create true circular economy. Ball has been recognized as an international leader in sustainability and also in the region as best place to work. I have been reading the Economic Times from a very young age, perhaps inspired by my father, and to be recognized as one of the most promising business leaders by such a prestigious institution is fantastic news for us. And this recognition truly is for all of my colleagues at Ball. Thank you.
Raj N, Founder and Chairman, Zaggle Prepaid Ocean Services Private Limited.
I am pleased and honored to receive this prestigious award. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the jury and the Economic Times for recognizing me as one of the most promising business leaders of Asia. As Asia's role in global, social, economic and political landscape becomes increasingly important, it is the leaders who have to navigate the challenges ahead of them in the coming decades. Future of fintech industry is extremely bright and promising, and it will leave an indelible impact on the global financial system. We at Zaggle are on a mission to build state-of-art financial solutions which would help automate and empower businesses to increase efficiency, transparency, productivity, which would eventually help us to achieve the goal of becoming a global digital bank.
Manoranjan Mao Mohapatra, CEO, Conclave.
I'm really fortunate and lucky to be here in this Economic Times Conclave, which is being organized to facilitate business leaders, successful business leaders across Asia for 2021. I belong to Conclave Technologies. My name is Manoranjan Mohapatra. Industry calls me Mao. I have been part of this organization for 13 years and I've seen many phases of growth and challenges associated with the industry. We've been reasonably successful in growing our business to 130 customers across 90 countries. We have transformed ourselves and pivoted ourselves again and again over the last so many years to stay relevant to the marketplace. Today we are a dominant digital payments and analytics and real-time marketing company. As an organization, we have established ourselves solidly in the minds of the customer as somebody who delivers value. And I think pandemic has taught us how to accelerate that innovation, that acceleration of growth further. And we never thought that we could achieve some of the things that we are doing today, in both on the cost side as well as on the growth side. But thanks to the constraints we had, of course, not the nicest of experiences for everybody, but as a business, we have really done tremendously well to respond to the situation.
Rajesh Sharma, MD, Capri Global Capital Limited.
I would like to thank ETH for organizing such a lovely digital event, which has brought all of us together on this platform. We have always believed that profit and purpose can stay together, and right capital at the right time has the potential to create opportunities and trigger the change. And based on this values, we have come a long way doing our bit for creating social impact. I would like to thank all my employees and stakeholders due to which this award has been possible. Thank you.
Pradeep Lala, MD and CEO, Embassy Services Private Limited.
I'd like to start by thanking the Times Group for considering us worthy of this special award. It's come at a very special moment for us in our 25th year of existence, and for us this becomes a double celebration. A brief background about us is a 25-year-old company, part of the Embassy Group. We have great relationship with major corporates like Blackstone, HCL, Flipkart, Wells Fargo and many others. Our services are spread over 70 million square feet, pan-India, over 14 cities. Furthermore, we also have our own manpower company of over 8,000 plus technicians and housekeeping staff. Our future is going to be based a lot on technology and at the same time on growth in our open markets. At this juncture, I'd also like to thank my aggressive team for supporting us in ensuring that we win such awards and raising the bar for our services in the future. Once again, thank you very much.
Harshbina Zaveri, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, NRB Bearings.
It is indeed an honor to receive the EcoTimes Most Inspiring Leaders of Asia Award. As always, our employees at NRB really teamed up and turned the crisis into an opportunity. They kept their morale up and they faced the difficulties which came one after the other head on, leveraging every possibility for improvement and achieving the landmark sales that we achieved. Within 4 months of the lockdown being lifted, we were back to normal. I would like to thank my team for believing in me and my leadership and being so supportive of the recovery plan, which was not an easy one. They took on so much hardship towards the achievement of our shared goals. This means more to me than I can express. I am not daunted by challenges, but this has been a very difficult period. The pandemic posed more challenges than we ever imagined in our lifetime. Coming on the back of the recession faced by the auto industry, really, this was a very, very challenging year, and I think that the positive attitude of our employees, their families, really helped us get back on track.
Amit Sharma, co-founder and CEO, ShopX.
First of all, I wanted to thank the Economic Times team for selecting me for the Business Leaders of Asia Award 2021. ShopX was started 5 years ago with a simple vision. We believed in a different kind of e-commerce, one that digitized the small store, the neighborhood retailer who is devoid of technology and is left out of modernization and digitization. In the last 5 years, we have come a long way. We have digitized more than 2 lakh retailers across 500 plus towns and 10,000 pin codes across the country. Last year, we hit a a top run rate of about $1 billion of GMV on an annualized basis. I want to thank our team back at ShopX for making all this happen, and again want to thank the organizers for selecting us for this award. Thank you, and hope to continue this journey in digitizing India, in digitizing the small retailers. Thank you.
Ravi Raghavan, Managing Director, Bharat Fritz Werner.
I'd like to thank the Economic Times and its jury for recognizing me as one of the promising leaders of Asia 2020. I'm aware that it's a rare honor and I'm privileged to receive this recognition. I'm happy to lead Bharat Fritz Werner, a leading machine tool company with very strong value system and intrinsic strengths. A leader is as good as its team, and I'm very fortunate to have a very motivated and committed team which we have built over decades. Thank you for recognizing me for my efforts in building a purpose-driven company with a purpose of enabling progress. We have more than 50,000 of our products in 20 countries globally, with the widest product range in metal cutting business. With a focus on innovation, we've been recognized very often, and the latest being by CII as the 25 top innovative industrial companies in 2018. Thank you, Team ET.
Anirban Mukherjee, CEO, PayU.
I would like to congratulate ET for bringing together business leaders in Asia under one roof. As you know, PayU is a leading digital payments company, one of the most innovative digital lending platforms, and also a key investor into the fintech ecosystem in India. 2020 has been a challenging year for everyone. As a business leader for PayU, the most important part of our responsibility was to ensure we support our customers, especially the small businesses we serve. We assisted lakhs of merchants to go online and accept payments digitally that helped these merchants carry on their business in the midst of the lockdown and social distancing. PayU also helped many companies raise donations from their employees and customers for the PM Cares Fund by providing the underlying platform, and helped other NGOs as well raise money to help the people in need. Our parent group Process contributed 100 crores to the PM Cares Fund. On the business front, PayU continues to gain significant strength due to its customer focus and great technology platform. We remain committed to continue building leading platforms in payments, credit, and digital financial services in India to significantly further the national agenda on digitization and financial inclusion. Once again, I would like to thank ET for acknowledging Asian business leaders who are doing such transformational work.
Himaya Napanda, Managing Director and CEO, Meritor India.
Meritor is global number one 100-year-old driveline system manufacturer for commercial, industrial and military applications. In India, we are here since last 40 years and we have manufacturing locations at Mysore, Jamshedpur, Hosur, Pune and Pantnagar. We also have our distribution center at Pune, and we have two engineering centers located out of Bangalore and Mysore. I take this opportunity to thank Economic Times ET Edge for recognizing me as one of the promising leaders for Asia. Thank you very much.
Jubin Peter, Founder and Chairman, Q3 Ventures.
I'm extremely delightful and happy to have received this award for being one of the most promising business leaders of Asia from Economic Times. I thank the organizers for having given me this recognition. It's indeed a mammoth responsibility to live up to it and keep achieving milestones year after year to live up to this tag that Economic Times has given me. I thank my team members, business associates, family, well-wishers who have placed their ardent trust, patience and indomitable spirits, which has helped me see the unseen and run behind it tirelessly. I'm sure this recognition and award from such a prestigious organization like Economic Times will indeed help me solidify my and my team's dreams faster and also prompt us to achieve far bigger milestones in years to come. I promise to create one of the best ecosystems in India for electronic brands that are both Indian and global through our solid manufacturing, distribution, retail, e-commerce and export infrastructures. We will be incubating more Indian startups, give feathers and wings to more Indian dreams and take them to the global markets, and will also be one of the robust platforms for various global brands to explore the domestic Indian market. Thanks once again to Economic Times. Thanks once again for all those who have trusted me and made me one of the most promising business leaders from Asia. Thank you.
Karthik Shivan, founder and managing director, Q3 Ventures.
I would like to thank ETH for nominating and awarding me as one of the most promising business leaders of Asia for the year 2020. It gives me immense pleasure in saying that Q3 Ventures is today India's most vertically integrated organization in the electronics trade, from retail to e-commerce to manufacturing. I would like to thank all the employees of my organization who have helped us to achieve this till date. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my family who have stood by me during my entire entrepreneurial journey. Thank you once again, ETH. Thank you so much.
Shashi Kumar Thimaiya, Managing Director, APIT India.
Hereby, I am wholeheartedly thanking Times Group, ETH, for felicitating this leadership award. Thanks for your recognition. APIT is working towards global grain revolution, and we are working rice processing domain. We are shaping the process of grain by using modern technologies like advanced grain science, thermal science. We are the first company in the globe to use digital science tools which are like artificial intelligence, visualization, data analytics, and Internet of Things in parboiling and drying process. Our vision is to increase the grain efficiency in terms of nutrition preservation, and we are trying to shift rice consumer focus from glamour point purchase to nutrition point purchase. Because of this reason, we are growing rapidly across the globe. This award is a big boost for our mission to create grain revolution via nutrition preservation process. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Mrs. Sushma Paul Berlia, MD and CEO, APJ STYA Group.
All right, some really prominent organizations over there, and most importantly, leaders who are enabling business transformation. It's absolutely inspiring to see how all of them are contributing towards the industry with their hard work and, most importantly, their never say die attitude. On that note, let's now march ahead to felicitate our next set of most promising leaders who belong to organizations with turnover of 0 to 100 crore rupees. Here we go.
Ragesh G. Menon, founder and CEO, Scoopin.com, world's first managed marketplace for the training industry.
Hello everyone, my name is Rakesh G. Menon. I'm the founder and CEO of Scoopin.com, world's first on-demand and managed training marketplace. First of all, I would like to thank the Economic Times wing and especially the ETH team, who has been working relentlessly year on year to promote, to felicitate, to encourage the businessmen like me. And I'm extremely thankful and grounded and humbled to receive the award on this beautiful day from the ETH group. At Scoopin, we create unaccessed market connect for the training industry. We help trainers to profile, position, connect, collaborate, and make business. We are India's first trainer social security focused solution. We started as a 10-member WhatsApp group 3 years back, and today we have got more than 10,000 trainers in our community connected to various social media. And we are the go-to market partner for the trainers. And today, I'm extremely proud to represent the entire trainer community. The importance of this award goes not just to me as a businessman, but also to my organization, but an extended family of trainers who make my organization live. So kudos to the entire training fraternity. We have made it. Thank you, ET. Thank you, ETH. Thank you, Economic Times. Thank you, the Times Group.
Umesh Thota, founder and CEO, Outpace.
It's an honor to receive this award from Economic Times. It's been an incredible journey for us. Outpace is a deep tech cybersecurity startup. We have been consistently challenging the status quo by using AI to predict and defend networks from attacks. I'm really glad that ET has recognized our consistent strive for innovation, passion, and crazy appetite for research. It is what helped us challenge the industry leaders in cybersecurity today. I would recommend everyone a healthy dose of it. I would like to thank my family, mentors, friends, and my team. To them goes all the success. Thank you very much.
Yatin Gupte, MD and CEO, Ward Wizard Innovations and Mobility Limited.
Firstly, I would like to thank Economic Times for giving us this platform and this opportunity to be here. Ward Wizard Innovations and Mobility Limited is a BSE listed entity with more than 1,000 crores of market cap. Under Ward Wizard, our flagship product is Joy e-bike, which is into manufacturing of electric bicycles to electric superbikes. This facilitation will help us in achieving our goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India initiative. Thanks a lot for Economic Times for giving us this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Rakesh Sinha, founder and CEO, Quintus Global.
First of all, I would like to thank Economic Times and the team working behind this event for conferring this recognition. This is very encouraging. I'm thrilled and very excited with this felicitation. We at Quintus Global provide a transformation-centric new age solution, an innovative operating model dedicated captive, which is much beyond few classical models for business process services. Our unique model enables clients to get scale benefits while focusing on their core, reduce cost and grow profits, and transform fast, and that too end-to-end. I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to all my colleagues, my team members, my family and friends who always stood behind me in this journey so far. And my special gratitude to my mentor, Ravi Ramakrishnan, who is also our group founder and always been a guiding force for me personally. Thank you.
Nitya Sharma, co-founder and CEO, Simple.
And on behalf of the team at Simple, I want to thank the jury for this honor. Simple is a platform that empowers online retailers to give their consumers the best payment experience. That is, a one-click checkout like Amazon One Click, pay later service like American Express, buyer protection features like PayPal, and it seamlessly integrates with merchants like Stripe does. We are essentially building a full stack native to mobile credit card that puts merchants and consumers at the center of user experience. We are now the largest pay later product in India and the largest micropayments pay later product in the world, with over 2,500 category-leading online merchants on board. A big shout out to our team for being relentless in delivering a world-class consumer product. Thanks to our merchant partners who have worked with us in developing the product, and lots of love to our customers who inspire us endlessly. Thanks again, Economic Times, for this honor. We all at Simple are super excited about this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mohit Batra, founder and CEO, Market Mojo.
I would like to thank Economic Times. It's an absolute honor to be awarded as most prominent business leader for Asia the year 2020. Over the last 40 years, 90% of the Indian investors have actually lost money investing in equity markets. We created Markets Mojo 5 years back as an answer to that. Me and my partner, Joyce and Thomas, shared the same philosophy of making maximum possible at the minimum possible risk. Today, we've reached, after 5 years, a success rate of 80% on our advisory. We cover 100% of listed stocks, and we are today the most prominent stock and portfolio advisory firm in this country. We have close to 2 million investors. We have close to 3.5 billion assets that we manage for them and advise on them. And we have presence in not just India, but in the US. This is a prestigious award, and this comes at the right time because we're going global. And shortly, over the next 1 year, we would be launching across all 90 listed markets. I would like to thank Economic Times once again. Thank you.
Mr. Rajiv Thakur, Director, Grasic Search Private Limited.
We are pioneers in this industry with many firsts to our credit. Our success comes from the fact that we are an extremely agile organization, a trendsetter, always thinking ahead of time. I'm also a career counselor, a mentor, and a motivational writer, and help people transition careers across industries and functions. Today, I feel greatly honored to be named by Economic Times as amongst the most promising leaders of Asia. A felicitation that I owe to my entire team who have over the years helped build Grasic into such a respected brand name. I wish to thank Economic Times for this honor, which validates the unparalleled quality of our services and the values that we have created for the corporate world. Thank you.
Dr. Anil Krishna, Chairman and Managing Director, Medicover Hospitals.
I thank Economic Times for recognizing me as the most promising business leader of Asia 2021. The USP for Medicover Hospitals is to get in the best technology and the best healthcare professionals to deliver the high-end healthcare delivery system into this country. Our goal is to make Medicover as the best healthcare delivery destination in this country and to expand its wings to the entire country, both across the country and into the rural segment of this country. Thank you.
Darshan Bhaskar, Managing Director, Metro Soaps.
I would like to thank the Economic Times for choosing me as the most promising business leader of Asia 2021. I would really like to dedicate this award to my staff, my customers, and all my distributors who've been a part of this journey. And more so, I wish everyone the very best of 5x5 rule. What is the 5x5 rule? It states that if something is not going to matter to you in 5 years, don't give it 5 seconds. So I truly wish that every input that you put into your business gives you the 5-year benefit and the forever benefit. Thank you very much.
Rohit Paranjpe, co-founder and CEO, Sugarbox Networks.
Thank you, EP. It is indeed my pleasure to receive this very prestigious award. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my investor Z Entertainment, who has supported us right from the start, our various partners, and most importantly, customers who've been part of our early beta launches. However, the real credit goes to my co-founder Ripunjay and the team at Sugarbox, who put in the endless hours so that I am able to enjoy this limelight. Very rarely does anyone get a chance to build something that can potentially impact every living person. At Sugarbox, we aim to create a world where everyone globally can get access to affordable and reliable internet services. And I hope by the time we meet next year, this dream would have grown from a few million people in India to a few billion users world over. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Ajay Bansal, Managing Director and CEO, DHI International, global leader in hair restoration.
It's a really humbling experience for me to receive this felicitation by Economic Times, India's leading and most respected business daily, which I have religiously read and followed since my own high school days. I received this award on behalf of the entire team of DHI International, which works day in and day out with a passion for excellence, innovation and transparency. DHI provides the same quality standards from each of its 63 clinics across 30 countries. With strict protocols, review mechanisms and training regimen, DHI has become the only company to have a successful presence across all the 6 continents of the world, with clinics in Australia and Indonesia on one side and Colombia and Mexico on the other. This award is an encouragement to the free spirit of entrepreneurship, which motivates you to do something which no one has done before. It means a lot to me and my team members as we steer towards changing the world of hair restoration. Thank you.
Rahul Agarwal and Varun Agarwal, co-founders, Design Hill, world's leading creative marketplace.
Hi everyone, it's Rahul and Varun Agarwal this side. We are the founders of designhill.com. To begin, first of all, we would really like to express our gratitude towards Economic Times and the entire selection committee for choosing us for this prestigious award. We at Design Hill have tried to build a global platform over the last 5 years, and we are really proud of the fact that till date we've served hundreds and thousands of customers in more than 50 countries and have millions of creative professionals in our community from over 180 countries, thus making Design Hill as one of the most prominent freelancing platforms in the world. It's really an honor for us to be receiving such a prestigious award, which is without doubt one of the most important awards in the country. This award is really a testament to all the hard work that our team has put in over the last 5 years, and we are really grateful for this recognition that we've received for our work. Thank you once again for giving us this award. Stay safe.
N. Irabanta Singh, Chairman and Managing Director, UNACO Financial Services.
I thank Economic Times for this prestigious award. The Economic Times most religious leaders for the capital to me and the market. The UNACO group of companies comprises of UNACO Financial Services Private Limited, a non-banking financial company and the Reserve of India, working in northeast part of the country and West Bengal. This company works for poverty elevation and financial inclusion. We are also in the education sector. Last year our school got best school in Manipur by Education World Survey. We are also in the public sector. Now this award brings lots of respect, recognition, and prestige in the business community of the country. And this award shows there's a company called UNACO in Asian country. I received this award on behalf of the entire UNACO family with humility and regard. Thank you.
TC Meenakshi Sundaram, founder and MD, Chirati Ventures India.
It is an honor to receive the most promising business leader of Asia award from Economic Times. This is entirely recognition of the consistent performance by the Chirati Ventures team for its stakeholders in terms of investors, portfolio companies, and the society at large by investing in and creating disruptive companies that create significant value for its users as well as investors. I would like to thank all our investors who have backed us at Chirati Ventures over the past 14 years and entrepreneurs of nearly 100 portfolio companies who have chosen to partner with us. This only galvanizes us in terms of rededicating Chirati Ventures resources to the Indian entrepreneurship ecosystem.
Kumar P. Saha, Managing Director, Nextdoor Hub.
Thank you, Economic Times, for giving me this prestigious award. I feel extremely honored and humbled to receive a crucial award like this. Mission of Senrisa has always been finding solutions for billion. Every member of Senrisa worked relentlessly to ensure this world a better place for business and more specifically for the small and local entrepreneurs. We have achieved a lot more to go. This award will surely affirm the zeal of my team and me to work more passionately towards our mission. I take this as an appreciation of our work. I once again express my sincere gratefulness to Economic Times. Thank you.
Ankit Goyal, co-founder and managing director, Space World.
On behalf of Space World, it's a huge honor for me to receive Most Promising Business Leaders of Asia Award, and I would like to sincerely thank Economic Times for this. Space World is a leading and the fastest growing infrastructure provider in India. With a revenue market share of 50%, we help our customers, the mobile operators, to connect billions of subscribers where they live, work and travel. We provide a single window connectivity solutions for metros, airports, corporate parks, hospitals, hotels, etc. We are present across length and breadth of the country with a massive footprint of 350 million square feet of sales area with more than 20 million daily footfall at our sites. We have always believed in a sharp focus on our customers, and no better example of this than the pandemic, wherein our team worked 24/7 to provide our customers and critical locations like hospitals. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the people who have helped me to build Space World, my colleagues, my team, my partners, my customers, friends and family. Thank you Economic Times and the facilitator once again for selecting me for this honor.
Mr. Gaurav Kaushik, CEO and MD, Meteoric Biopharmaceuticals Private Limited.
Thank you very much Economic Times for recognizing me as Most Promising Business Leader of Asia 2020. This is because of great effort of my team who have worked very hard to ensure that we provide biotech solution in a cost-effective manner to various biotech sector. Out of the whole biotech industry, biopharmaceuticals have been our main forte, and we work not only to provide the right product to the industry, but we also will be very hard to ensure that we provide the right science and knowledge to different stakeholders. This is our promise to the whole industry that we will be coming up with more and more biotech solutions, innovative product line to this biotech sector and working aggressively in the field of green chemistry. Thank you very much.
Kiran Madhunapantula, COO, Comake IT.
I would like to thank Economic Times for this prestigious award. This award endorses my feeling that India will continue to deliver leadership on the global platform for delivering outstanding IT services. I want to thank my longtime partner, friend, mentor, guide, and the CEO of Comake IT, Stephen Tanapple, who played a very key role in the success of Comake IT, and also has been with me for more than 20 years and almost played a sheet anchor role in all the successes that I have been part of. Thank you.
Sumit Ganguly, CEO, GABS Technologies.
At the very onset, would love to thank Economic Times for this opportunity and for the award. This has been a bittersweet year for us. We've been focusing a lot on healthcare sector as an IT services and product company. And we've been supporting healthcare providers in New York up close and personal. So we've seen some of the travesty that this particular crisis has had. We've actually gone ahead and entered into a joint venture with a healthcare improvement company, Premier Inc., focused towards healthcare. And the joint venture is called Norm 80. We're also working very closely to further develop our AI-led TechOps zero incident framework with the idea to build an enterprise which is trending towards zero downtime. Once again, thank you. And on behalf of my colleagues and leaders, we at GABS are very excited about this award.
Mr. Surajit Roy, MD and CEO, IDBI Intech.
I sincerely thank Economic Times and the jury for choosing me as one of the most promising business leaders of Asia 2020-2021. I'm extremely delighted and honored to receive this prestigious recognition. IDBI Intech is a next-gen technology company led by vibrant, energetic millennials with innovative mindset. It is our human capital which has been doing things differently to win customer confidence. Making the customer win is the nucleus of our success. And it is the win of the customer which is leading to our profitable growth quarter on quarter. This award from Economic Times rejuvenates our spirit to be an active participant in the economic renaissance of our nation. We remain committed to the Make in India vision for Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you.
CA Abhay Bhutada, Managing Director and CEO, Poonawalla Finance Private Limited. Sahil Berry, Founder and CEO, Contact Global Limited.
I'm thrilled to be recognized amongst Asia's top business leaders by ET Edge. The fact that this award is being given during times when people and businesses face such unprecedented challenges across the globe is an added honor. For those of you who don't know what NowNow is an all-encompassing ecosystem providing formal financial services to the Nigerian youth. By providing them these services, we're giving the opportunity to hundreds of millions of youth to roll into the digital age by helping them build a better life, businesses, as well as an economy. An award is never really truly deserved by an individual. It's the hundreds and the thousands of people that make an organization that truly deserve it. So I'd like to dedicate this award to my team, the agent network, as well as all our customers that have helped us become one of Africa's leading financial services platform.
Tan Sri Dato Dr. Muhammad Munir Abdul Majid, Chairman, Asian Business Advisory Council, Malaysia and former Chairman, Muamalat Malaysia, Berhad Bank.
Hello, my name is Tan Sri Dr. Munir Majid. I'm speaking to you in my capacity as the Chairman of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Malaysia, as well as Chairman of CHARI, which is an institution that is a leading one in the region for ASEAN research and advocacy. I've had a very varied career in banking and various businesses, and I've also been a journalist and also an academic in my life. And therefore, my current position, in a way, is assisted by the fact of my past, my past career and experience. And I think when I look at the policy issues that are involved in my current positions, it becomes very important for us to share our past experiences against the current challenges that we face. These challenges are enormous challenges, of course, dramatized by COVID pandemic, but there have been underlying issues such as climate change, economic relationships, open systems versus protectionism, and so on. And therefore, this conference and exchange of views are a very important part of understanding our challenges and of identifying what the things that we must do to move ahead. Thank you.
Vasi Reddy Vidyasagar, Chairman and Managing Director, VVIT College.
It's always good to be recognized, more so by the Economic Times Group. Thank you. Talking about ourselves in brief, I can say our main strategy was being good makes very good business sense. We always try to be good. We always try to be good to all the stakeholders, be it the students, parents, teachers, management, from drivers to wires to everyone. We saw to it that everyone was happy. They were part of the family. And I take this opportunity to thank all of them who had been supportive through all our journey so far. Thank you.
Well, indeed, as they say, it's not over until it's over, because it's also time to march ahead and felicitate Dr. P. Shamaraju, Chancellor, Reva University. So as part of the honors wherein we are felicitating all these business leaders, may we also go ahead and honor Dr. P. Shamaraju, the Chancellor at Reva University. Well, what a program it's turning out to be with the kind of celebrations. So first up, I'd like to thank Gohar for her vibrance and her energy and taking forward the segment so beautifully for us all. As for all those who've been felicitated, mighty, mighty congratulations, because in unprecedented times like these, it is only befitting when we have leaders who not just take their team along with them, get them to learn, but also steer the entire organization towards success. So it was wonderful indeed to have all such beautiful and promising leaders be honored here at the Economic Times Asian Business Leadership Conclave. And attendees, I do hope you've had an inspiring afternoon or a morning or evening, depending on wherever you're logged in. And we do believe you've had some fabulous takeaways as well. On that note, it looks like we're almost coming to a wrap at the fifth edition of the Most Promising Business Leaders AET-ABLC over here, but I do hope you've taken some time to also tweet your insights and your learnings to the rest of the world using hashtag ETABLC. Well, I must admit, I've had a fabulous time presenting it. I do hope you've also enjoyed the entire program, the way it's been structured, listening to our stalwart speakers and our thought leaders as well. We do hope we get to meet each other face-to-face during our next edition. This edition, of course, being a virtual one, but we do hope that in the coming years, in the next year at least, 2021, we do hope to connect in person and take forward this conversation on inspiring leadership forward. So on that note, I'm Kavya, and it's time for me to sign off. I wish you all great health, safety, and lots of love as well. So on that note, please do take care and see you all in our next edition as well. Thank you once again.